The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 21, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable David Kustoff to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since President Biden took office, the price of gasoline has risen 55%. The price of electricity is up close to 30%. The price of groceries is up more than 20%. And the price of baby food is up 30%. Across Pennsylvania, families are feeling the effects of this inflation, and on average, they are paying an additional $70 a month for housing and an additional $240 a month for transportation. And since 2021, Pennsylvania households have spent over $20,000 more than they would have because of inflation. Recently, President Biden has attempted to claim that inflation was already at 9% annually when he took office, when in fact it was only at 1.4%. What we are seeing is a president who has failed in his duty to protect American families. In central Pennsylvania, more than 100,000 families make less than $50,000 a year. Mothers shouldn't have to make a decision on whether to buy gasoline or buying school lunches. Parents should not have to worry at the kitchen table about paying their credit card bill or their rent. This is the reality that President Biden's radical spending spree has created over the past 4 years. It is time to return to fiscal sanity, and it is time to once again be responsible stewards of the taxpayer dollar. No matter what President Biden says in campaign speeches, inflation is the fault of his administration, and it's time to put a stop to the president's failed policies. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as we recognize Memorial Day, we remember and honor the over 1.1 million Americans who have given their lives while serving in the armed forces. These men and women are heroes. An American story is not told without recognizing the price that they've paid to ensure our continued freedom. In Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, we understand the terrible price that this freedom costs. It was in Gettysburg, following the bloodiest battle of the Civil War, that President Lincoln said that we must take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. In the western part of our district, Cambria County is home to both United States Marine Corps Sergeant Michael Strength and U.S. Army Captain Harry Kramer. Sergeant Strength was one of the Marines who raised the American flag on Iwo Jima and was killed several days later during heavy fighting on that battle. Captain Kramer was a Green Beret, one of the Army's most highly trained warriors, who in 1957 would become the first American casualty during the war in Vietnam. These stories, they're very representative of the men and women across our country who have made the ultimate sacrifice. This weekend, amid graduation parties and summer barbecues, please take a moment to recognize these brave men and women who swore an oath to defend our nation and gave the ultimate sacrifice in the service of our freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and the Office of the Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights expressed concern over the worsening of food insecurity in Cuba. They noted how this situation disproportionately affects the most vulnerable, including older people, pregnant women, children, and those with chronic illnesses. This is not a problem just in Havana. Most of Cuba's provinces are experiencing high levels of food insecurity. In March, the BBC reported that, for the first time, the Cuban government has asked the World Food Program for help amid food shortages. The WFP said it had received Cuba's request for help to provide powdered milk to children under age 7. According to the Inter-American Commission, the Cuban government approached the WFP for help to continue the monthly delivery of milk for children throughout the country and to help with the delivery of flour for subsidized bread in the basic food basket. The Commission went on to describe how hunger is increasing on the island due to a combination of low economic growth, high inflation, reduced food production and distribution, and infrastructure problems, especially interruptions in electricity. It also cited recent economic measures adopted by the Cuban government, including higher prices for fuel and electricity, the elimination of subsidies for the basic food basket, and the devaluation of the country's currency. The Inter-American Commission and the Special Rapporteur then underscored that U.S. policies and sanctions are intensifying and worsening the social and economic condition throughout Cuba, and especially affecting the Cuban people's access to food, medicines, and basic necessities. In brief, Mr. Speaker, the United States is increasing hunger and poverty in Cuba. This is being done deliberately and knowingly. It's a human rights violation. It also appears that it is being done with a degree of indifference and callousness that I find shocking. It makes me ashamed. During all my time as a member of Congress, I have fought to end hunger and food insecurity here at home and around the world. I do not believe food and medicine should ever be used as weapons against innocent civilians. Not in Sudan, not in Ukraine, not in Gaza, not anywhere. And I've coordinated hearings that highlight how governments and armed actors use food as a weapon against civilian populations that they view as adversaries. And to see our own government deliberately imposing and maintaining sanctions that we know make hunger worse in Cuba is unconscionable to me. It is also unconscionable, Mr. Speaker, that some members of Congress who cling to Cold War policies appear eager to support actions that punish and increase the suffering of ordinary people on the island. They actually raise money off the Cuban people's suffering. They say they care about human rights, but contribute to making the human rights situation worse. They deliberately create chaos because they can, with absolutely no regard with how it hurts the Cuban people. Sadly, President Biden has adopted and maintained Donald Trump's policies against Cuba, policies that he rightly denounced as a candidate and when he was vice president, policies that hurt the very people he says he most wants to help: independent entrepreneurs, young people, Afro-Cubans, women, and the poor. President Biden knows that keeping Cuba on the state sponsor of terrorism list means no one in Cuba has access to the international financial system. Our European and Latin American friends and allies are unable to provide help to the Cuban people out of fear of being punished by U.S. sanctions. And then we wonder why hundreds of thousands of Cubans are leaving the island and migrating to our borders. I am puzzled and deeply disappointed by the President's inaction. And the situation has become desperate with little hope for a better future. And U.S. stubbornness sends a clear signal to the Cuban people that there is no reason to believe that change will happen. President Biden, your policies are hurting not the Cuban government, but the Cuban people. Your policies are helping to drive mass migration from the island. Mr. President, stop increasing hunger and poverty in Cuba. Remove Cuba from the state sponsor of terrorism list, and let's move toward normalizing relations between our two countries. It is in the interest of both our peoples. Take action, and please do it now. I yield back my time.
Are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to honor a dear friend, Brigadier General Clarence E. Bud Anderson, probably known best, at least by me and some others in the neighborhood, as Colonel Bud. Now, in recent years, Representative Tom McClintock and I petitioned the Air Force to upgrade him to Brigadier General, which he certainly deserved and he earned. But I think for most folks, they kind of know him as Colonel Bud. And what you see there in his countenance and that smile goes even beyond his exploits as a triple ace in World War II, but the kind, nice, decent man he is. You can sit down with, I'll call him Colonel Bud, and just chat about anything. He was willing to talk about his time serving in World War II, especially as a fighter ace, a triple ace. An ace means five kills of enemy aircraft. He did that over 3 times. He was known as everybody's friend in the Auburn area of Northern California, and it was certainly a pleasure for me to know him since somewhere around 2011 when I first got to meet him at a special event there. He was always out participating in the community as he could. Health issues more recently made that tougher, but he was out there sharing it and just being an inspiration to so many, especially young people, that he would take the time to sit with and chat and talk about his experience, which that's very special because it was an incredible experience in his service in helping keep our nation and helping free Europe in World War II. Not a lot of veterans always want to be talking about that publicly, you know. It's difficult for them. But he was the guy that could do that. You see him here with his aircraft. He flew 3 different types of aircraft in World War II, but the one most known is his P-51 Mustang named the Old Crow, of which there's replicas of that now you can see around at certain air shows. Very proud of that, and it's well known because of his amazing exploits. So we're very saddened by it, but our hearts are filled with what a great man and a nice man he was. So when he was talking with us about engines and airplanes and the dogfighting in World War II that got him to that point of being a triple ace, and even NASCAR racing. And interestingly, there's a special edition Ford Mustang done up like his aircraft that he got to see, which is pretty cool as well, I think by Roush Racing. So, but he's always been a Northern California native, grew up on a rural farm in Newcastle. He loved to watch the airplanes back then. He graduated from Placer High School in 1939, earned his private pilot's license in 41 through the Civilian Pilot Training Program. In January of 42, when duty called, he entered the U.S. Army Aviation Cadet Program, receiving his wings that September of 42. In Europe, Bud served 2 combat tours, escorting heavy bombers in the P-51 from 43 to 45. Some severe duty. If you've ever watched any documentaries, the duty they had with those daylight raids to try and bomb Germany out of the war is incredible. And those little friends, as these Mustangs were known, escorting those bombers in that difficult mission were indeed invaluable and loved by them. So he flew 116 combat missions, 480 hours worth, destroyed 16 and a quarter enemy aircraft as they divided up amongst a couple other pilots as well. And so to hear Bud talk about the dogfight was indeed exciting. He flew in the 357th Fighter Group known as the Yoxford Boys, the highest scoring ace in the 363rd Fighter Squadron. He came home from Europe and married Eleanor Cosby in 1945. They had 2 children, James Edward and Catherine. After the war, he became a fighter test pilot and later chief of fighter operations. He flew many models of early jet fighters and was involved in some very unusual flight test programs, including down at Edwards Air Force Base, where much of that came from. He's flown over 130 types of aircraft and logged 7,500 flying hours in his career. He was also assigned as in post-war Korea as a commander of an F-86 jet fighter squadron there as well. Commander in an F-105 wing in Okinawa, and 2 assignments as well at the Pentagon. He was decorated 25 times. His awards include 2 Legion of Merits, 5 Distinguished Flying Crosses, the Bronze Star, 16 Air Medals, the French Legion of Honor, and the French Croix de Guerre as well as many other campaign and service ribbons. When Bud retired from the Air Force, he joined the McDonnell Aircraft Company and served for 12 years as manager of the company flight test facility there. After his full retirement in 84, Bud and Ellie moved back to Auburn, where he continued to travel, hunt, fish, and speak at air shows, and just be the great man we knew him. God bless him. I'm going to miss him personally. What a great friend he was. Great human being. Glad to know him. God
Gentleman's
bless you.
time has
Fly high,
expired.
Bud. Appreciate it.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 25 years ago, the month of May was designated National Military Appreciation Month by an act of Congress introduced by the late Senator John McCain, a war hero from the state of Arizona. Since then, throughout every May, our nation observes a series of military events. On May 8th, Victory in Europe Day, the date Nazi Germany surrendered in World War II. May 10th, Military Spouse Appreciation Day, to recognize the exacting service of military spouses. May 18th, Armed Forces Day, to honor the roughly 1.4 million people who serve as active duty troops in all 6 branches and the 760,000 National Guard and Reserves, every one of them volunteers. Lastly, on May 27th, our nation will observe its most solemn national holiday, Memorial Day, when across the country events will be held at military grave sites and veteran gathering places to remember and pray for those who gave their lives in defense of our nation's freedoms and security. Mr. Speaker, the definition of appreciation is to express gratitude. Gratitude can come in many forms. Verbal, which certainly counts, but the most meaningful is tangible support for the disruption and sacrifice that the hard work of military service entails. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to represent Eastern Connecticut, home to the largest military installation in New England, with 9,000 sailors, officers, and DoD support personnel at the Groton Submarine Base, and the highest concentration of veterans in the state of Connecticut. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend a Veterans Coffee House nearby the subbase, a monthly event hosted at Filomeno's restaurant, owned and operated by Michael Bassetto, whose amazing staff and volunteers donate a piping hot breakfast to 50 or so local vets to share war stories, have a few laughs, and catch up on new developments for the veteran community. I was asked to provide a legislative update on a variety of those issues. The most prominent was a progress report on the Milestone PACT Act, signed into law by President Biden in 2022, that finally knocked down barriers to health care and benefits for millions of veterans exposed to toxins during the Vietnam War, the Gulf War, radiation cleanup, and Camp Lejeune, the most significant expansion of benefits and services for toxic-exposed veterans ever. Since the bill was signed, implementation has moved fast. As this chart shows, as of a few days ago, the VA has reported that over 1 million PACT Act-related claims have now been granted, delivering more than $5.7 billion of benefits to veterans and their survivors. Over 145,000 new veterans have enrolled in the VA health care, and over 5.4 million free toxic exposure screenings to all veterans, whether they're enrolled in the VA or not. The law was further expanded a few months ago to include veterans who not only served overseas, but also served in the continental U.S. and are suffering from the cancers and heart diseases caused by toxic exposure. I also briefed the Coffee House on a new measure, which the House Armed Services Committee, which I sit, will take up tomorrow, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement Act, as part of the annual National Defense Act. This bill, thanks to bipartisan efforts of the Quality of Life panel, will provide additional resources and new authorities for service members and their families. This effort could not come too soon. Last year, for the first time in over 20 years, the Air Force missed its active duty enlisted recruiting goal. The Army fell short at 10,000 enlisted recruits, and the Navy fell short over 7,000 enlisted sailors and 2,000 officers. Included in this bill for tomorrow are authorities to alleviate pay discrepancies for junior enlisted service members, combat food insecurity, support child care, and spousal employment opportunities. Importantly, the bill will rebase military pay for a 19.5% increase for junior enlisted service members. The bill will also cover 100% of basic allowance for housing to ensure that service members can cover the cost of housing no matter where they're stationed. And it will also make the basic needs allowance available to all service members with dependents whose income is less than 200% of the poverty guidelines, making more service members eligible for the program. Incredibly, the panel documented that 25% of junior enlisted service members today are forced to enroll in food stamps in order to put food on the table for their families. Lastly, the DoD will be given authorities to transfer professional licenses between states for military spouses, fully funds child care fee assistance programs to eliminate wait lists for eligible families. This is the sort of meaningful gratitude that truly adheres to the goals of Military Appreciation Month. As John McCain often quoted George Washington, quote, "The willingness with which our young people are likely to serve in any war, no matter how justified, shall be directly proportional to how they perceive the veterans of earlier wars were treated and appreciated by their nation." These words, these powerful, wise words, are true today more than ever with an all-volunteer force. And we should finish the job for successful implementation of the PACT Act and pass this year's Quality of Life bill as soon as possible. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, employers across all industries are looking for qualified workers to fill in-demand jobs. Job creators are consistently finding that skills-based credentials can successfully, oftentimes more effectively, prepare workers for success on the job. It's not just employers who are recognizing the value of upskilling. A recent poll found that 82% of American voters are in favor of bolstering the nation's workforce development programs. The Education and Workforce Committee is proud to spearhead this effort with legislation like a Stronger Workforce for America Act, which makes critical updates to the nation's workforce development system. Additionally, the Bipartisan Workforce Pell Act will help connect low-income students and workers with the experiences and programs they need to gain relevant skills for in-demand jobs. In conjunction, these pieces of legislation will be transformative for America's workforce and prepare more Americans for success in the 21st century economy. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, or FIT21. I'm proud to have played a critical role in crafting this bipartisan legislation. As a member of the House Financial Services Committee, I worked with my fellow North Carolinian and Chairman Patrick Henry and Digital Assets Subcommittee Chairman French Hill to ensure this bill brings regulatory clarity to the digital assets market while protecting consumers, promoting innovation, and advancing U.S. national security. The Fit for the 21st Century Act represents a bipartisan effort to regulate centralized intermediaries in the digital assets market, prevent the next FTX, safeguard consumers, cement the U.S. as a global leader in finance and technology, and promote a secure, innovative, and inclusive financial future. This common sense legislation is designed to stop another FTX from happening by giving regulators increased power over bad actors, filling regulatory gaps between the SEC and the CFTC, creating accountability through registration and disclosures, requiring companies to mitigate conflicts of interest, and requiring firms to segregate customer funds from their own. This legislation provides the CFTC with the resources they requested to undertake the new rulemaking required by FIT21 and authorizes the CFTC to charge fees to intermediaries seeking to register. This would be a big deal for the United States Congress has never voted on a regulatory structure for crypto. In fact, we're operating on a 100-year-old securities law. We're the global leader in financial services and technology today. If we want to be the global leader in 50 years, we need to pass the Fit for the 21st Century Act. The legislation will allow the digital asset ecosystem to thrive in the United States, cementing American leadership of the global financial system and the next generation of the Internet. Without this, the SEC's regulation by enforcement will push the industry overseas, where Americans are not protected. Additionally, I'm proud to have secured an amendment to this legislation during the markup, supported by leaders of both parties on the Financial Services Committee, expressing the sense of Congress that the U.S. should seek to foster advances in this exciting new era of the Internet, to improve our financial system and create a more fair and equitable access to financial services for everyday Americans. Much like the dawn of the Internet, this new blockchain technology sometimes feels like uncharted territory with immense possibilities. We're responsible for ushering in this new era in a way that harnesses innovation and ensures consumers are at the forefront. Digital assets and blockchain technology have the potential to revolutionize our society. They can grow the economy, foster collaboration, enhance transparency, increase efficiency, and reduce transaction costs for working families. Given the rapid pace of digital innovation, we must ensure these investments are not at the cost of consumer safety. Fit 21 will address these challenges by establishing stricter regulatory requirements for emerging financial technologies and ensuring that these innovations are secure and transparent before they reach consumers. Here's the reality. Roughly 20% of Americans have invested, traded, or used crypto, so it's not going anywhere. Unfortunately, the SEC's open hostility towards the digital assets industry is not serving President Biden's best interests. The SEC is turning cryptocurrency regulation into a political football and forcing President Biden to choose sides on an issue that matters to many Americans. As a result, the U.S. is falling behind jurisdictions like the EU, UK, Hong Kong, Japan, Singapore, and the UAE. We can't afford to lose our status as the economic and technological powerhouse of the globe. Whether you love crypto or you hate it, you should support regulation. The status quo just isn't working, and we can't wait for the next crisis to take action. It's past time for Congress to act, and we have the opportunity to do this week with the Fit for the 21st Century Act. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation, to send a clear message that our priorities lie in protecting consumers, cementing the U.S. as a global leader in finance and technology, and promoting an innovative and inclusive financial future. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to address a pertinent issue for all Americans, that being Social Security. Mr. Speaker, as you know, it's been more than 50-plus years since Congress, the only body that can, has taken action to enhance Social Security. What becomes even more confounding, Mr. Speaker, is that with 10,000 baby boomers a day becoming eligible for Social Security, Congress has not acted to enhance this program. I was talking to my good friend Jody Arrington the other day and reminding him that in his district in Texas, for example, he has 128,000 Social Security recipients and 90,000 retirees, 9,000 children, almost 10,000 widows, 4,679 spouses, and 14,000 plus disabled workers. They haven't received a benefit enhancement in more than 50 years. And Social Security has nothing to do with the debt or deficit. It's an earned benefit. It's fully paid for. And the increases that we're calling for, well, the president said it best. We're going to pay for those by lifting the cap on $400,000. You could have people in the audience, for example, raise their hand if they're making more than $400,000. I doubt that you would find any. It's about 0.6%, but most people are astounded to learn that there's a cap and they haven't paid anything into the system. a system that all Americans pay into. For example, Mr. Speaker, in Tennessee, you have in the Tennessee's 8th District, 189,000 of your citizens receive Social Security benefits. 136,000 of them are retirees, 25,000 disabled people, 4,000 spouses, and the list goes on. And here's the most important thing. Your district gets $330 million monthly that goes into your district. Now, I say this to my colleagues and good friends on the other side of the aisle who are always talking about economic development. What better economic development tool is there than for your citizens to get a payment? Nobody gets wealthy on Social Security. They haven't had an increase in more than 50 years, and this money would go right back into your district and be spent at the local grocery store, at the pharmacy, at the dry cleaners, to pay for rent or a mortgage or put gas in your automobile. The money all comes back, and Congress hasn't acted in over 50 years. Mr. Arrington says, at least he says this about Social Security 2100, the bill that we have put forward that enhances benefits across the board by 2%, that repeals WEP and GPO. You realize, Mr. Speaker, that there are more than 23 million Americans who pay taxes on their Social Security. You guys are quick to make sure that there's tax relief for billionaires. How about people who are actually working for a living and then have to pay double taxation on their Social Security? 23 million Americans. There are 5 million Americans who get below poverty level checks from the federal government, from Social Security, even though they've paid in all their quarters. Why? Because Congress hasn't taken action. The only body that can. The president can't do this through executive order. The Supreme Court isn't going to act. We need to act on a bill. And as Representative Arrington says, well, I don't agree with Larson's bill. I said, well, what don't you agree with? If you got a better idea, put it forward. At least he's honest enough to say, yeah, we don't have a plan. We haven't written anything down on paper. The American people not only need a plan, what they need is help and relief in this time of global inflation. In this time that's coming forward, it's long overdue for Congress to act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, we pause to consider your gracious invitation to enter into this day and to live it understanding that we are your beloved children. Help us to see that this is not merely an invitation, but a privilege, an honor to discover that this is a day you have made for us to enjoy and employ. For with that privilege comes responsibility, the ability to respond to your grace by responding with grace as we're able to the needs of others. As your children, we are favored to have a relationship with you, established in your righteousness and compassion. From that relationship, may we learn to bring the justice and mercy you have shown to us into all that we do. Guide us then in the way you would have us go, and grant us wisdom and discernment in our work, that the direction we take and the decisions we make would lead us ever closer to the peace and freedom you desire for all your people. In the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For this is gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Applewold, Pennsylvania, a tiny borough located along the Allegheny River across from Kittanning in Armstrong County. Applewold is celebrating 125 years of being incorporated on Saturday, June 1st. While Applewold has officially been a borough for 125 years, it has had a front row seat for American history, playing a pivotal role in the Battle of Kittanning during the French and Indian Railroad years later. To celebrate this momentous anniversary, Applewold is celebrating in style with a parade and various speakers to mark the occasion. Mr. Speaker, Applewold is a small but mighty municipality. In fact, based on the last census, the population is 344, residing in 219 houses. It is our small boroughs like Applewold that make our district, our Commonwealth, and our country so great. Their enthusiasm to share their history allows us to keep telling stories of our past. Congratulations to Applewold Borough on this anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in celebration of the National Lacrosse League's Buffalo Bandits, who just won their second league championship in a row over the weekend in a 15-13 win over the Albany Firewolves, completing a sweep of the playoffs and winning their 9th game in a row. On the bench, they were led by their head coach, Bandits legend John Travaris, among the greatest players to ever take the field in the NLL. And on the field, Josh Byrne, league MVP, led the way with 9 points in the championship game and 135 points throughout the season. Other standouts this season include Dane Smith with 134 points, Chris Kluche with 68 points, and Chase Frazier with 57 points. This back-to-back championship is the Bandits' 6th in franchise history, putting them in the first-place league-wide tie for the most titles, and hopefully setting an example for our other beloved teams, the Buffalo Bills and the Buffalo Sabres. To the Bandits, congratulations, and thank you for once again making Buffalo and Western New York proud. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our forests are in crisis, and we must act with urgency on managing them and making them more fireproof. The past few years, for example, in my district in Northern California, devastating wildfires caused the effects of the Camp Fire, where 85 people lost their lives, and the Dixie Fire, which consumed 1 million acres. They're not just statistics. They represent real people, homes lost, entire towns disappeared. Yet funding alone is not going to be enough. We need more tools, we need more authorities, we need categorical exclusions that will help move us into the forest quicker, more broadly, more effectively. Pace and scale needs to be dramatically increased, especially on federal forest lands. The 2024 Farm Bill promotes active forest management. Yes, the Farm Bill, because the USDA has the Forest Service aspect in that bill as well. We need to do much acceleration of the process if we don't want to continue to see the West burn year after year, and put the jobs back into the forests where we used to have them 40, 50 years ago. The 2024 Farm Bill will advance our ability to manage forests proactively, reduce the fuel loads, and put people back to work in the West. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on May 20th, 2024 at 1:55 p.m. that the Senate agreed to, without amendment, House Joint Resolution 109, Appointment, United States Commission on International Religious Freedom. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The clerk will report the message. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on May 20th, 2024 at 3:07 p.m., said to contain a message from the President regarding the continuation of a national emergency with respect to the stabilization of Iraq. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The clerk will report the message.
To the Congress of the United States. Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the stabilization of Iraq, declared in Executive Order 13303 of May 22, 2003, as modified in scope and relied upon for additional steps taken in Executive Order 13290 of March 20, 2003, Executive Order 13315 of August 28, 2003, Executive Order 13350 of July 29, 2004, Executive Order 13364 of November 29, 2004, Executive Order 13438 of July 17, 2007, and Executive Order 13668 of May 27, 2014 is to continue in effect beyond May 22, 2024. Obstacles to the orderly reconstruction of Iraq, the restoration and maintenance of peace and security in the country, and the development of political, administrative, and economic institutions in Iraq continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13303 with respect to the stabilization of Iraq. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden Jr., The White House, May 20th, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The Chair announces the Speaker's appointment. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 34, 118th Congress, and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, of the following members on the part of the House to the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, Mr. Scalise of Louisiana, and Mr. Jeffries of New York.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5527.
Does the gentlewoman move the bill as amended?
Yes.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5527, a bill to amend Section 1078 of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2018 to increase the effectiveness of the Technology Modernization Fund and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 5527. The Technology Modernization Fund, or the TMF, was established by the bipartisan Republican-led Modernizing Government Technology Act of 2017. The TMF was established because it can be difficult to plan and budget for federal legacy IT upgrades through the annual appropriations cycle. The TMF addresses this problem by acting as a self-sustaining funding mechanism to assist agency with legacy IT modernization projects that span multiple fiscal years. The federal government depends on IT systems for everything from national defense to the administration to benefits programs. Over the course of this Congress, the House Oversight Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Government Innovation has heard from current and former government officials about the risks and costs associated with federal legacy IT systems. These risks include cyber attacks targeted toward highly vulnerable legacy systems that house sensitive public data. These half-century-old IT systems are prime targets for malicious actors in enemy nation states. My bill, the Modernizing Government Technology Reform Act, enhances the Technology Modernization Fund by ensuring that it is a sustainable financing tool for fixing costly and risky legacy IT systems. The TMF has strayed from the original congressional intent established by the bipartisan law Congress passed. It does not consistently require agencies to repay their awards, an operational policy decision made by the administration which has put a strain on TMF's resources and hindered the fund's ability to help address future legacy IT modernization projects. With this legislation, we'll refocus the TMF on the long-standing need to replace legacy IT systems and address our cybersecurity risks. The reforms made to the TMF by H.R. 5527 also prioritize fiscal responsibility and their common sense. Let's run through some of them quickly in the bill. This will require TMF awards to be reimbursed at a rate sufficient to keep the fund operational through 2031. It requires the TMF to recover all administrative costs that projects incur. Requires the TMF to suspend or terminate project funding if fraudulent or misleading statements were used to obtain funds. It provides agencies more flexibility to repay the TMF. It increases the visibility into TMF awards by requiring written agreements governing each award to be made publicly available. This legislation also requires each agency conduct an inventory of its legacy IT systems, creating a new oversight tool to ensure the federal government is addressing the problem of legacy IT systems. Reforming the TMF is necessary to ensure it remains a sustainable, revolving fund that can be used to address the costly challenge of modernizing legacy IT into the future. This is smart and this is timely reform. This is a fair and balanced reauthorization. Grateful to my colleagues, Representative Connolly and Khanna, for their support and collaboration on this effort, and I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. I now reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume. I want to thank the distinguished gentlelady from South Carolina for her great leadership on this, and Mr. Connolly from Virginia for his very hard work on it, too. In this century, public confidence in the federal government depends on ensuring that our federal information technology systems and websites are secure, safe, and effective. We invest more than $100 billion every year in federal IT needs. Outdated legacy IT systems and infrastructure are costly to maintain and very challenging to secure against the onslaught of cyber attacks by adversaries and criminal organizations. The constantly changing landscape of information technology requires resources if federal agencies are going to be able to protect data privacy, complete their missions, and effectively serve our people. The Modernizing Government Technology Reform Act would ensure this important work continues smoothly by extending the Technology Modernization Fund sunset from December 2025 to December 2031. It would also clarify the use of funds and maintain the repayment flexibility adopted by the Technology Modernization Fund, known as the TMF, in recent years, while ensuring its solvency by setting minimum reimbursement requirements. Additionally, the bill sets requirements for regularly updated inventories and lists of legacy federal IT systems and high-risk federal IT systems, as well as of the legacy systems that present the greatest security, privacy, and operational risks. This timely and comprehensive picture of the federal government's most serious IT modernization needs will inform the TMF, inform the ability of the TMF, the administration, and Congress to make the best investments. The TMF provides a self-sustaining funding model that has become an essential tool for federal agencies to address these challenges. It supplies upfront funding for IT projects in exchange for future reimbursement once a project's cost savings are realized, allowing agencies the flexibility they need to address modernization needs outside of the traditional budget cycle. The TMF also instills accountability safeguards to ensure that taxpayers are getting strong returns on our investments. Projects are selected for funding after rigorous review by the TMF Board of Technology experts, and written funding agreements outline specific requirements and milestones that have to be met. Funds are distributed incrementally based on performance as assessed by quarterly reviews by the board, and technical experts provide hands-on support towards successful execution of the projects. Committee Democrats have supported robust oversight and funding for the TMF, including an historic billion-dollar investment through the American Rescue Plan. With this infusion, high-priority projects were also allowed reduced repayment requirements if warranted. Since the infusion of these monies, the TMF has received more than 220 agency proposals requesting more than $3.5 billion, far outpacing our funding availability. To date, the TMF has provided over $900 million to 57 IT modernization projects across 32 agencies, and the Biden-Harris administration has embraced it as an indispensable tool to better serve the American people. For example, TMF funding is helping to digitize veterans' records, ensuring that more than 1 million people and their family members who reach out to the National Archives and Records Administration every year get timely access to the documents they need to verify their qualification for important life-saving benefits. TMF funding is also expediting the speed and safety of food inspection at the USDA, leading to better meals for school kids and service members alike. TMF funding also better secures all of our personal data at the Social Security Administration and at the Department of Education. Again, I want to thank Representatives Mason Conley for their great work on this important project, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Recognized.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time to the gentlewoman from South Carolina. I rise today in support of the Modernizing Government Technology Reform Act. It's no secret that America's cyber infrastructure is under constant attack by our adversaries, including China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. FBI Director Christopher Wray recently warned Americans that the cyber threat that China poses, declaring that China's hackers are preparing to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities. Yet despite warning after warning of the rising threats to our nation's cyber infrastructure, our federal agencies remain dangerously vulnerable to future potentially devastating cyber attacks. Every year, the federal government spends over $100 billion on IT and cybersecurity, but 80% of this spending goes to operating and maintaining outdated, obsolete legacy systems. These aging systems not only waste taxpayer money, but leave us exposed to our enemies. These IT systems also require specific technical knowledge to operate and update, which creates enormous procurement and hiring challenges, leaving agencies scrambling to find vendors and employees with the necessary skills. In addition to the upfront costs associated with the updating legacy IT, many of these systems continue to run with no known security vulnerabilities in unsupported hardware or software. This is a ticking time bomb. In an effort to bring the federal government up to speed with the challenges of modern-day cyber threats, Congress established the Technology Modernization Fund to help eliminate these vulnerabilities and provide funding to improve, retire, or replace antiquated federal IT systems and strengthen our agency's cyber defenses, all without additional expense to the American taxpayer. That's why reauthorizing and reforming the Technology Modernization Fund is essential to our future success. Under this legislation, federal agencies can continue the modernization process and adopt newer and safer technology in a rapidly advancing and increasingly dangerous world, all with greater congressional oversight to keep efforts on track. As my colleagues have already mentioned, this bill also establishes a federal legacy IT inventory, a new oversight tool that will enable Congress to evaluate agency and government-wide efforts to modernize legacy IT tech and ensure that such critical modernization efforts are being done the right way. Madam Speaker, our national security is at stake. We can't afford to become complacent with our adversaries while they plot against us. I urge my colleagues to take our cybersecurity seriously and support H.R. 5527, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve no further speakers.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I also have no further speakers and prepared to close.
Reserves.
We urge everybody to support this fine legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 5527 helps ensure the TMF can continue to address delayed legacy IT modernization efforts, reducing federal cyber risk and inefficiencies in government operations. I want to thank my colleagues again across the aisle for their support and encourage all of our colleagues to support this very necessary legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5527 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It's the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5887 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5887, a bill to amend Chapter 3 of Title 5 United States Code to improve government service delivery and build related capacity for the federal government and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 5887. Outdated bureaucratic government processes make it challenging and costly to deliver government services. This wastes taxpayer dollars and creates opportunities for fraud and abuse. These processes do not change because federal agencies lack a single designated official that Congress can hold accountable for program service delivery, including agency-wide backlogs, unprocessed applications, or improperly delivered benefits. Many agency officials, program managers, policymakers, human resource managers are responsible for specific parts of the problem. But developing solutions to poor government service delivery will require someone to be responsible for agency-wide coordination. The Government Service Delivery Improvement Act addresses this problem by requiring the Office of Management and Budget and federal agencies to designate a senior official accountable for improving government service delivery and facilitating process reforms. The government-wide official will develop standards, policies, and performance metrics to ensure agency progress. Also under the bill, senior agency officials designated to be responsible for improving government service delivery will also be required to coordinate with other existing agency officials, such as the Chief Information Officer, Chief Procurement Officer, and Program Managers as they work to improve agency operations and implement policy reforms. H.R. 5887's expansion of the bipartisan 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act of 2018 will improve congressional oversight over the administration's government service delivery reform efforts. I'm thankful for the work of my colleagues, Representative Khanna and Timmons, for their work on this important legislation. And of course, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this common sense bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I might consume. I thank the distinguished gentlelady again from South Carolina, and I want to thank my wonderful colleague from California, Mr. Ro Khanna, for his leadership on H.R. 5887, the Government Service Delivery Improvement Act. And I'm really proud to declare our support for this bipartisan legislation. Federal government services should be accessible and responsive to the American people, and this means ensuring agencies have the resources and the staffing they need to fulfill their missions, as well as the infrastructure and technology they need to have effective interactions with the public. Committee Democrats have fought for adequate funding so that the government makes the necessary federal IT modernization investments that our agencies need to deliver for the people. It also means strengthening and standardizing federal agencies' efforts to improve the delivery of government services. Mr. Khanna's bill would create a federal government service delivery lead position in the Office of Management and Budget to coordinate government-wide efforts to improve the delivery of services. Working with lead service delivery officials designated at each federal agency, the service delivery lead at MOOMB would develop and oversee the implementation of government-wide standards, policies, and guidelines to improve government service delivery, and would evaluate agency progress, including by collecting and reporting information, data, and metrics. This bipartisan bill will help ensure the government is providing the best service possible to the people and that it is acting in transparent, methodical, and accountable ways to improve our delivery of government services. I urge all colleagues to support it, and I will now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Government Service Delivery Improvement Act, H.R. 5887. I did want to say a word about our ranking member. I appreciate his support, but I've also come to appreciate at these times his erudition from the House floor. Every time he speaks about history, I learn something, and I've really appreciated his leadership and statements recently. And I appreciate Representative Mace, Representative Timmons, Representative Donalds, Loudermilk, and of course our ranking member Raskin and Connolly for truly making this a bipartisan effort, and Selene Keha on our team and the oversight staff who has been incredible on both sides. I'm proud to say that this bipartisan legislation passed unanimously in the House Committee on Oversight with a vote of 44-0. The Government Services Act builds upon the progress made by the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience, or 21st Century IDEA. While the IDEA Act primarily focused on digital services, this bill takes the next step by addressing all service channels, including online, in person, and by phone. What sets the bill apart is its whole-of-government approach. It recognizes that improving service delivery requires collaboration. The bill directs the head of federal agencies to each designate a senior official responsible for improving services, and it requires the Office of Management and Budget to select a senior official to coordinate efforts across federal agencies. And we have really appreciated working with OMB and with both the Democratic and Republican oversight staffs who have been excellent. These officials will help agencies implement best practices, measure progress, and enhance coordination. The Government Service Act prioritizes constituent experience by mandating agencies to incorporate service delivery into their strategic plan. Madam Speaker, the Government Service Delivery Improvement Act represents a significant step forward in creating a more responsive, efficient, and service delivery-oriented federal government. It's a common-sense approach to improving government services. I want to thank again Representative Mace, who's always been a pleasure to work with, and our lead ranking member Raskin. I urge all my colleagues to join me in voting yes on H.R. 5887. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, the Mr. Timmons.
And is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, my colleague, Mr. Khanna, for his leadership on this bill. Over the past year and a half, the Oversight Committee has investigated numerous instances of our government failing to provide adequate service to the American people. From passport backlogs to delays for veterans requesting personnel records, we simply need to do better. As members of Congress, some of our most rewarding work is helping our constituents who are caught up in the web of government red tape. Whether they are a small business trying to get records from the IRS, someone in need of an emergency passport, or a senior requiring a long overdue answer from Social Security, our assistance is often how we make our most immediate impact on our communities. But frankly, many of these issues we deal with most shouldn't require our assistance at all. They are a failure of agencies to prioritize innovation and customer service. In order to fix this failure, this Government Service Delivery Improvement Act tasks OMB with designating a senior official to coordinate agency efforts to work more efficiently and deliver services in a timely and non-wasteful manner. This bill will also require the designation of a senior official for every federal agency that will be responsible for improving the service delivery of that particular agency. This bill will allow Congress to further hold agency heads accountable to drive necessary changes, enhance services, and ultimately foster greater trust with the people they serve. The Government Service Delivery Improvement Act isn't just about streamlining processes. It's about rebuilding trust between the government and its people. It's about ensuring that when Americans turn to their government for assistance, they're met with efficiency, reliability, and above all, respect. With that, I would like to again thank my friend Mr. Khanna for his leadership on this bill and to Chairman Comer for his assistance in bringing this to the floor. I urge all members of this House to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from South Carolina.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Woman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
And we're prepared to close, and I'm happy to yield back.
I also have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
From Maryland is recognized.
And we just urge everyone to support the legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill, which will improve federal government program service delivery for the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. From Maryland. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5887 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3019 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the
H.R. 3019, a bill to establish an inspections regime for the Bureau of Prisons and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3109. The Federal Bureau of Prisons operates 122 facilities nationwide. Conducting meaningful oversight with an organization of this size can be challenging. The Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General handles criminal complaints on behalf of incarcerated people and Bureau staff. However, this office is overwhelmed with non-criminal complaints from incarcerated people, their friends and family, and the Bureau of Prison staff. Examples of common complaints include poor prison conditions and civil rights violations. While these complaints often do not rise to the level of criminal misconduct, they are still very important and warrant investigation to determine if reforms are actually necessary. The Federal Prison Oversight Act addresses this issue by ensuring that incarcerated people, their families, and Bureau staff have a reliable mechanism to file their complaints. First, the bill requires the Office of Inspector General to conduct inspections of Bureau of Prisons facilities and provide recommendations to address each facility's shortcomings. The Office of the Inspector General will assign each facility a risk score, and higher risk facilities will receive more frequent inspections. Additionally, the bill creates an independent ombudsman within the Department of Justice to investigate issues that impact the health and safety of incarcerated individuals and staff. The ombudsman can initiate an investigation after receiving a complaint from an incarcerated person, their family, Bureau of Prison staff, or others. If the investigation of these complaints finds significant harm, the ombudsman must report their findings to the Attorney General and Congress. This bill will ensure that both the Inspector General and the Ombudsman will have access to all the Bureau-operated facilities and are authorized to conduct unannounced inspection visits. The bill encourages the Bureau to fund these investigations with between 0.2 and 0.5% of their annual appropriations. The bill is endorsed by the Council of Prison Locals, representing nearly 30,000 correctional officers, along with public safety and civil rights organizations. I would like to thank Senators John Ossoff, Mike Braun, and Richard Durbin for their work drafting this bill. We would also like to thank Representatives Lucy McBath and Kelly Armstrong for introducing this bill in the House, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to rise in favor of the Federal Prison Oversight Act, which would strengthen oversight of our prisons and improve conditions for the people who work and live inside them. I want to thank the bill's House leaders, my friend and my colleagues, Representative Lucy McBath and Kelly Armstrong, as well as Senators John Ossoff and Mike Braun and Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin for their strong bipartisan work on this legislation. The bill has the support of a wide array of groups across the spectrum, including the American Civil Liberties Union, Americans for Prosperity, the Conservative Political Action Committee, Families Against Mandatory Minimums, Justice Action Network, Right on Crime, the Due Process Institute, and the Council of Prison Locals, which represents 30,000 correctional officers. Federal prisons have long experienced systemic problems that threaten the health, safety, and civil rights of incarcerated people and also the staff who work there. For example, last year NPR reported that more than 4,950 incarcerated people had died in facilities operated by the Federal Bureau of Prisons in the last 10 years, and many of the incarcerated either experienced delayed care or postponed care for serious medical problems. This February, the DOJ Inspector General issued a scathing report on BOP prisons, which found that systemic policy violations and operational failures contributed significantly to the problem of inmate suicide. Bureau of Prisons facilities are responsible for more than 158,000 incarcerated people and more than 34,000 correctional officers and staff. As documented by GAO in our hearings, BOP has consistently struggled with the problem of staffing shortages. According to the Council of Prison Locals, BOP has lost 20% of its employees since 2016 and only employs around 13,000 correctional staff officers today, despite receiving appropriations to fund more than 20,000. As of 2023, staffing levels for healthcare workers at BOP facilities was at only 69%, and nearly 20% of the facilities do not have a healthcare program on site to provide even routine and preventative healthcare services. Staffing shortages have contributed to often disturbing and at times fatal delays in rendering healthcare services for the incarcerated. GAO has also reported on BOP challenges in upholding its responsibilities to help inmates prepare for a successful release and reintegration, including implementation of important requirements of the First Step Act of 2018 to lower the risk of recidivism. Additionally, BOP has systemically struggled to make prudent use of resources due to a failure to effectively monitor and evaluate its programs. Taken all together, these challenges led GAO to add the management of the prison system to its 2023 high-risk list, indicating the severity and magnitude of these problems. H.R. 3019 would take important steps to address these concerns by requiring the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General to periodically inspect, evaluate, and report on policies, procedures, and activities at BOP prisons, with higher risk facilities required to undergo even more frequent inspection. Such inspections may include reviews of inmate confinement conditions, working conditions, staffing capabilities, policies and procedures related to housing, confinement and other restrictive housing, healthcare programs and services, and complaints of violence and abuse made against incarcerated people and staff. The bill would also establish an ombudsman within DOJ that would be charged with receiving such complaints that go to problems threatening the health, safety, welfare, and rights of incarcerated people and staff. Institutionalized misconduct, mismanagement, abuse, and negligence have no place in the federal government, especially in operations dealing with vulnerable people who are most in need of a pathway back to personal health and responsibility and to society. To make our communities safer, uphold our values, and reduce recidivism, it's imperative that we bring increased transparency, accountability, and humanity to our prisons. The Federal Prison Oversight Act is an important step forward on these goals, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill today, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman is recognized.
And I would like to recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, the author of the legislation and a real leader on criminal justice reform, Lucy McBath, for 4 minutes.
Woman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the gentleman for yielding. It's an honor to be the lead sponsor of H.R. 3019, the Federal Prison Oversight Act. I am proud to rise in support of this bipartisan legislation today. My son, Jordan Davis, was killed when he was 17 years old by a man who is now serving a life sentence in prison. And through my family's pain, I have found the strength, believe it or not, to actually forgive my son's killer. So I introduced this bill after I heard from families and advocates about alarming corruption, misconduct, and lack of oversight in this country's prison systems that has led to tragedy and loss for far too many families across this nation. And as legislators here in Congress, we have the power to lead policies that help to restore trust and transparency within these systems. I introduced the Federal Prison Oversight Act out of the belief that everyone deserves to be treated humanely and with respect. My bill will establish a federal framework for comprehensive, risk-based inspections of federal prisons to identify areas of improvement. High-risk work is not something to be taken lightly. For the brave men and women working within our prison system, this is their daily routine. They protect and they care for others while risking their lives because they believe in the power of rehabilitation. As their elected officials, we have the duty to make sure the roofs over their heads will not cave in on them. We have a duty to make sure that their systems are updated and that there are medical services and mental health resources necessary to protect themselves, incarcerated individuals, and everyone who may live near these facilities. Our prison system should be one that rehabilitates Americans whenever possible, providing for long and healthy lives. The steps outlined in our bill will help to improve recidivism rates and make sure that our prisons are held accountable with implementing evidence-based programs. I've had the opportunity to speak with the new federal board of director for the prisons, and she has been in my office, and I've had good, healthy conversations with her. And passing this bill, I truly believe, is a first step in the right direction to protecting the rights of the administrators, the staff, and those that are actually serving their time. I want to thank Representative Armstrong here in the House, as well as Senator Ossoff in the Senate. I want to thank Chair Comer and Ranking Member Raskin for moving this bill through committee, and thank you to all the committee members who saw the importance and the value of this bill and the value of trying to rehabilitate individuals that can be rehabilitated and reintroduced again into society to be successful human beings. Thank you so much for doing so. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I yield the balance of my time to my friend, Representative Raskin.
The gentlewoman yields to the gentleman from Maryland.
And thank you, Ms. McBath, for your magnificent leadership on this and your commitment to creating decent conditions in our prisons. And thank you for the beautiful example of your commitment based on your love of Jordan and your whole family and your community. And with that, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves her balance of time. The gentleman from Maryland.
And we would just urge all colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this very fine legislation, and I yield my time back to you.
The gentleman yields his time. The gentlewoman from South Carolina.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
No one is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Congresswoman McBath and Congressman Armstrong for this bill. And I do want to thank my colleague, Congressman Raskin, for bringing up how we should be reducing the rate of recidivism in this country with different policies, and that we can work together. And he mentioned the First Step Act also, and I was glad that he mentioned it. It was a bill that inspired me at a very young, I guess a couple years ago when I was a state lawmaker, when Donald Trump signed the First Step Act into law in December of 2018. This was a bipartisan bill. It was done in such a significant way, but when I learned about President Trump signing the First Step Act into law in December of 2018, I was sifting through the bill, and this is where I really got my start in criminal justice reform. And there was a provision in there that would ban the shackling of women during birth. This was actually a thing that was going on in our prison system. And I saw this because I am a woman and very passionate, like my colleague across the aisle, about women's issues. And I looked at the state of South Carolina and learned that we didn't have this codified into law, that women in our state penitentiary system, our state system, could still be, and in some cases were, shackled while they were actually giving birth. And so that inspired me to do a bill that was signed into law by my governor, Henry McMaster, in May of 2020 that banned the shackling of women in our system in South Carolina and allowed these infants, these babies, to have skin-to-skin contact with their mothers after they were given birth. And it allowed women to have their children visit them once a week in prison. It allowed them to have feminine hygiene products accessible to them. And so I really applaud my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working together, because we know that when we give people opportunities after prison, jobs, therapy, intense therapy, job training, and careers afterwards, they don't want to go back to prison. They don't want to go to jail. And this body and this chamber has a long history of working together to reduce the rate of recidivism. And I want to just say thank you to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle today. I urge our colleagues to support this bipartisan bill to increase transparency in the federal prison system and provide much needed recourse for incarcerated persons experiencing abuse. Nobody wants that to happen. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this very necessary legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3019 as amended? Those in favor say aye. No. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rule.
Madam Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Does the gentlewoman request the yeas and nays?
Yes.
Nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 807, the Working Dog Commemorative Coin Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 807, a bill to require the Secretary of Treasury to emit coins in commemoration of the invaluable service that working dogs provide to society.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 807, the Working Dog Commemorative Coin Act, a bill which I'm honored to have introduced with the gentleman from Worcester, Massachusetts, Congressman McGovern, the chair of the Rules Committee. The ranking member or chair of the Rules Committee. But my good friend and I introduced this bill to this Congress. H.R. 807, better known as the Dog Coin bill in the halls of Congress, has been a project that both I and my staff have been passionate about since I introduced this bill last Congress. This legislation not only honors those service dogs, but the working dogs who protect Americans at home and abroad. Most of you passed a working dog when you came through security today here in Congress. They're so embedded in our daily lives here on Capitol Hill, we often pass them without notice. But since I introduced this bill last Congress, I think it's seen as, I think we've been noticing these working dogs everywhere we go. I'm grateful to have gained this new appreciation myself. However, this newfound awareness did not come from merely introducing a piece of legislation. It came from spending time with extraordinary people that benefit from the work of America's vet dogs. And I'd like to briefly highlight a few of them. U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant Christopher Sunday was medically retired in 2011 due to injuries sustained in combat after leading missions during Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom. He returned home and struggled, like many veterans, with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Fortunately, in 2021, Chris was matched with his PTSD-trained service canine named Eddie. Chris said about his new companion, "Eddie helped me find my independence again. I was able to finish my doctorate and become a mental health director to help incarcerated individuals because of my service dog." Navy Corpsman Joe Worley is a familiar face on Capitol Hill, traveling from office to office with a service dog, Galaxy. In 2004, as his medical convoy was headed back to his base in Fallujah, Iraq, the first vehicle in the convoy hit an improvised explosive device. Worley jumped out to help his wounded comrades, ran a few yards, and was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade. It did not explode, but it took off his left leg. He was then shot 6 times. For his actions, he was awarded the Bronze Star for Valor and a Purple Heart. Since these injuries, Joe has been paired with 2 separate service dogs. He's also joined America's Vet Dogs full-time as its veterans liaison, and what a great job he does. Finally, Corpsman Paul Sullivan. Paul sat down in my office and told me about his work as a first responder in Anne Arundel County. He explained how his service dog, Sal, helped him escape the night terrors triggered by PTSD. He describes Sal as his dream catcher, allowing him to sleep again and go about his daily life. I'd like to thank America's Vet Dogs team for their relentless work to get this bill to the floor today. Deanna Stone, who herself spent 20 years in the U.S. Air Force, John Miller, Bonnie Singer, Trey Manchin, and the countless volunteers and puppy handlers knocked on every single door on the House and Senate sides of the Capitol. Their impact is evident today because of the co-sponsors we have on this bill and the support we have for this bill. For a commemorative coin or a congressional gold medal to come to the floor, it must receive 290 co-sponsors. Gaining that many signatures is no easy task, but you all work so hard to spread the word that this is more than just a coin bill. This is a bill that will improve the quality of life for our wounded veterans and first responders, something we can all get behind. With that, thank you again to Ranking Member McGovern for his partnership. His work on H.R. 807, as well as his previous work to permanently authorize the Wounded Warrior Service Dog Program, is the perfect example of bipartisan collaboration to prioritize the treatment and care of wounded veterans. And that's what this bill will help enable, the treatment and care of our wounded veterans, and to honor service dogs who are among us. And I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 807, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman, Mr. Foster from Illinois, is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 807, the Working Dog Commemorative Coin Act, sponsored by Representative McHenry. This bill, introduced by Representative McHenry and Representative McGovern, will require the U.S. Treasury and Mint to develop a coin series honoring the critical role that working dogs play in our society. For decades, working service dogs have provided a range of services from detection, military service, therapy, assistance, and mobility to active service members and first responders with disabilities. Their work and companionship has brought immeasurable growth and healing for veterans and others with disabilities. As the number of service dogs given to veterans with disabilities and PTSD continues to increase, this bill is an important step in giving these loyal and hardworking service dogs the love and the recognition that they deserve. So I thank Representative McHenry and Representative McGovern, two ideological compadres, if there ever were such, for their bipartisan work on this legislation. I am personally proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it today and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my colleague and friend from Texas, Mr. Self.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support the Working Dog Commemorative Coin Act. This bill honors the important role that working and service dogs play in the lives of Americans, one of whom is a constituent of mine, Special Operator Jason Morgan. Jason's story is absolutely incredible. He was found face down in a swamp in Central America after a mission went wrong. He had a shattered spine, collapsed lungs, and numerous broken bones. It was a miracle he even survived. After waking up from a coma that lasted 4 months, doctors told him he would never walk again. He then went through many painful surgeries with his life hanging by a thread many times. When he finally left the hospital, he was in a wheelchair and had memory loss. His life seemed to be falling apart, he was left to care for his 3 young sons on his own. But everything changed when Jason met Nepal, a black Labrador retriever. With Nepal by his side, Jason's life and his family's life changed completely. Nepal helped Jason overcome his paralysis. Jason completed a marathon and won awards and medals in the Wounded Warrior Games. More than that, this amazing service dog helped heal Jason's family and taught him how to be the father his kids needed. I have personally seen Nepal many times steal the show with his personality and his love of life and his dedication to service. Nepal's tour of duty has now been completed, and Yago has taken up his duties. But I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Yeah, we have no more speakers on our side. Are you ready to close?
Prepare to close.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. As we thank our veterans, as we thank our veterans and active military service members, we must not forget the crucial role that service dogs play on and off the battlefield. As a scientist, I note that in a recent study conducted on veterans with service dogs, veterans with service dog companions had stress hormones more like those in healthy adults without PTSD than veterans with service dogs. Promoting the health and mental well-being of our veterans is both a collective and an individual endeavor. This legislation furthers those efforts and ensures that we recognize the important role that service dogs play in protecting our nation, its active duty service members, and our veterans. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the remainder of the time. Madam Speaker, I just want to reiterate how important this bill is. The Congress can direct the Mint to strike a coin, and the proceeds of that, the sale of that coin, can go benefit society in large-scale fashion. We have a threshold in Congress that says you have to have 290 co-sponsors for a bill to do that thing. It has to have wide bipartisan support, and it has to be in the greater interest of the country if we're going to do this. Because it's a constitutional function where Congress steps in and directs the Mint to do a thing, then we can direct the proceeds to actually help important not-for-profits in this country. And so when we have a group like Vet Dogs, America's Vet Dogs, they do such important work, and they have shown the societal benefit of what they've done. And so for us to act today to acknowledge that role of service dogs and then get the benefit back into this community to help veterans suffering with PTSD, and for us to have service dogs available across the country is a very, very special thing. But as I said, it took a lot of work. And members of Congress are people too, right? Madam Speaker, we often don't acknowledge that, but we're people too. We're emotional too. And things get really emotional here on Capitol Hill. And the way to bring down emotion just a little bit is to have a little good boy come by and wag their tail at you and ask to be just a little pet. And those are the dogs, the service animals that have been around on Capitol Hill. And Madam Speaker, we have some service dogs that are in the gallery today watching what's happening here. And I think because they're here, it's been a little less emotional. We've actually been a little more balanced in how we debated. And so even if they're just wagging their tails in the gallery, it brings a sense of calm to us as policymakers. And so it's been a welcome thing to have those service dogs around the Capitol complex driving up co-sponsorship. But it couldn't be done without the good work of staff. And I want to thank, from my staff, my good friend Phil Poe, who's worked with me for nearly a decade here in D.C. And it has been the work of Phil to direct this whole process. And to get co-sponsors and work with other offices, show interest. And without that definitive work, we would not be here today with the co-sponsorship we have here. So I want to finish by acknowledging the important work of Phil Poe in bringing this bill to the House floor. And I want to thank my colleagues for that indulgence, to thank staff, because the staff are what make this operation actually work. And we can never thank them enough for the input that they make into law, the dedication they have to our constitutional republic and to the American people. And Phil is one of the finest in the business. So, Phil, thank you for your good work. And, Madam Speaker, I urge adoption of this important resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 807 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. This one? Okay. Now. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1097, the Everett Alvarez Jr. Congressional Gold Medal Act of 2023.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1097, a bill to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Everett Alvarez Jr. in recognition of his service to the nation.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I rise in support of H.R. 1097, a bill that will award the Congressional Gold Medal to Everett Alvarez Jr. Madam Speaker, the Congressional Gold Medal is considered the highest civilian honor awarded in the United States. In the 248 years since the Continental Congress issued the first one to George Washington in 1776, only 184 have been awarded. That's fewer than one per year. So the distinction of awarding such an honor should not be lost on this 118th Congress. Madam Speaker, I cannot think of someone more deserving of such recognition than retired United States Navy Commander Alvarez. As a boy growing up in Salinas, California, Alvarez marveled at the naval planes flying overhead in and out of Moffett Field in nearby Santa Clara County. So in 1960, at the age of 22, ignoring his parents' protests, he followed his boyhood dream of joining the Navy and was selected for pilot training. On August 5th, 1964, that dream turned into a nightmare when his A-4 Skyhawk was shot down near the Vietnam-China border during Operation Pierce Arrow. The then Lieutenant Junior grade pilot was subsequently captured and imprisoned by the North Vietnamese forces. Commander Alvarez spent the next 3,113 days, more than 8 years and 7 months, in some of the most horrific conditions imaginable. Despite being beaten and tortured for information about U.S. military operations, Commander Alvarez refused to comply, saying he wanted to be able to look in the mirror and not feel ashamed. Even when his North Vietnamese captors no longer felt Alvarez held military intelligence value, they continued to brutalize him in attempts to extract propaganda messages. He did not cave. When he was finally released on February 12, 1973, he held the undesirable distinction of being the second longest held U.S. prisoner of war in our nation's history. Commander Alvarez left prison knowing he owed nothing more to his country, but more remarkably, he would go on to serve another 7 years in the United States Navy. Today, at age 86, I believe that when Commander Everett Alvarez Jr. looks in the mirror, he sees only honor in his reflection. And that's what the American people see. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague, Mr. Panetta, for introducing this bill, along with a multitude of sponsors. It's a massive amount of work to get a legislative product like this, especially in a divided Congress and a divided time for America. But this is a source of unity and pride that Americans are willing to sacrifice for the American dream, and their ideals in this free nation of ours. And because of the willingness of folks like Commander Alvarez, we do have this free nation, and we do have a sense of pride in being an American. I support this bill. I urge my colleagues to do the same. But again, I want to close by thanking Mr. Panetta for his thoughtful approach in building bipartisan consensus, not just on this, but overall in his policymaking skills. And so with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1097, the Everett Alvarez Jr. Congressional Gold Medal Act of 2023, sponsored by Representative Jimmy Panetta. H.R. 1097 bestows a Gold Medal of Honor to Commander Everett Alvarez Jr., a retired United States Navy officer who maintained the military code of conduct, loyalty, and honor to the United States under torture, abuse, and interrogation for 8 years and 6 months of imprisonment. He is the second longest held prisoner of war in the United States history. Our nation's fallen soldiers, our veterans, our active military service members, are those who demonstrate tremendous courage, resiliency, honor, and selflessness. Their contributions cannot be overstated and should never be neglected. I applaud my colleague, Representative Panetta, who is also a veteran of the war in Afghanistan, for his efforts and advocacy on this important bill to ensure that Commander Alvarez Jr. is recognized and praised for his unfaltering commitment and sacrifice to our country. Representative Panetta has long worked to help active military members and our nation's veterans. His deeply appreciated service to our nation has resulted in significant strides in legislation to help ensure that we are treating our veterans with the respect and dignity that they deserve. Today is just one example of his work making a real difference, and I am very pleased to support this bill to honor Commander Alvarez Jr. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I now yield 6 minutes to our loquacious, thoughtful, and patriotic gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. And obviously, thank you to Representative Foster for yielding me this time. And of course, Chairman McHenry, thank you very much for that very comprehensive and exact description of this piece of legislation. I appreciate that, and of course, your kind words. Mr. Speaker, I do rise today as well to support the Everett Alvarez Jr. Congressional Gold Medal Act. This legislation would award the Congressional Gold Medal to retired United States Naval Commander Everett Alvarez Jr., who was the first aviator captured in the Vietnam War, but also the second longest serving prisoner of war in the history of our nation. A native son of Salinas, California, and Monterey County, Everett Alvarez has made immense contributions to our country. While growing up, he always wanted to be in the U.S. Navy. As a kid in an immigrant family, surrounded by other immigrant families in his neighborhood, he was instilled with that sense of service, that attitude that he should always give back to the country that gave he and his family so much opportunity. He attended Santa Clara University, where he earned a degree in electrical engineering and remains a lifetime member of the Board of Fellows. While he was at SCU, Alvarez would stare at the naval jets flying over campus that were going in and out of the nearby Navy base at Moffett Airfield in Mountain View. So right before he graduated in 1960, he took and he passed the exams to join the Navy and train as a pilot. While in the Navy, Alvarez was assigned and trained to fly the A-4 Skyhawk fighter bomber jets. In May of 1964, Lieutenant J.G. Alvarez was assigned to the USS Constellation, which was off the coast of Vietnam, otherwise known as an area as Yankee Station. For the first few months, Alvarez carried out numerous missions over Laos, Cambodia, and parts of northern Vietnam. However, his first combat mission was the day after the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which also turned out to be his last mission. On August 5, 1964, during Operation Pierce Arrow, Lieutenant J.G. Alvarez was sent on a mission to target and take out torpedo boat bases in North Vietnam. However, right as he got to the coast of North Vietnam, his A-4 Skyhawk was hit by enemy fire. He immediately tried to gain altitude, but quickly realized he couldn't. Everett worked hard to get his plane out to the ocean and made one final radio transmission to his wingman just before he bailed out into Ha Long Bay, in which he said, "I'll see you guys later." Unbeknownst to all, Everett wouldn't see freedom for the next 8 years and 6 months, or the next 3,113 days. Now, for the first part of his captivity, Everett was in solitary confinement for 13 months, mainly because the U.S. hadn't started the formal bombing campaign against the North Vietnamese, but also, at that time, the North Vietnamese were unprepared for prisoners of war. So for his first 6 months in captivity, the enemy didn't know what to do with him. So they kept him in a local jail, treating him like a local criminal. As time went on, though, the enemy constantly interrogated him, demanding he tell them about U.S. intentions and operations. Everett was refused and subsequently was put into a 7-by-7-foot cell. As tough as that period was, Everett will tell you that his toughest time was from 1965 to 1969, 4 years, when he and other POWs were constantly pressured and used as propaganda, including being beaten and marched through the streets. His torture included a rifle butt to the left side of Alvarez's face that dislocated his jaw and still causes him difficulty today. He suffered numerous other injuries at the hands of his captors, including ones that have required surgeries later in his life to both his arms and his back. Much of Everett Alvarez's captivity was spent at the Ho Lo prison, otherwise known as the Hanoi Hilton, where conditions were absolutely horrific. During those years, Everett was confined to a room that was about 10 feet by 12 feet and was given nothing but a straw mat and a bag filled with straw that was supposed to be a pillow. They starved him so much that Everett's weight fell to just over 100 pounds, even though his normal weight was 170 pounds. Although he was physically weak, though, Mr. Speaker, having endured starvation, isolation, and torture, Everett Alvarez remained strong. He said that the POWs took care of one another by communicating with each other and tapping on prison walls. Everett personally and regularly inspired and encouraged his fellow POWs to return with honor by not cooperating with the enemy and staying loyal to the United States of America. On January 12, 1973, we know that U.S.'s involvement with the Vietnam War ended with the signing of the Paris Peace Accords. And soon after, on February 12th, Everett Alvarez was released from captivity. Upon arrival at the U.S. Air Base in the Philippines, he greeted the Navy admiral awaiting him, to which Alvarez said, "Lieutenant J.G. Alvarez reporting back, sir." After his release and hospitalization, Alvarez resumed his naval service. He even graduated from the Navy Postgraduate School in Monterey, California, with a degree in Operations Research and Systems Analysis. On June 30th, 1980, Commander Alvarez retired from the Navy, completing a 20-year naval career. During his service, Commander Alvarez earned the Silver Star, 2 Legions of Merit, the Distinguished Flying Cross, 2 Bronze Stars, 2 Purple Hearts, and the Prisoner of War Medal. After leaving the Navy, Alvarez continued to give back by serving his country. He was appointed by President Ronald Reagan as the Deputy Director of the Peace Corps and the Deputy Administrator of the Veterans Administration. In an article with Stars and Stripes, Everett Alvarez was asked, despite the nightmare of being a POW for the second longest amount of time in our nation's history, what allowed you to realize that he is the American dream? May I have
additional 2 minutes? Yeah.
An additional 4 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 4 minutes.
In an article with Stars and Stripes, Everett Alvarez was asked, despite living the nightmare of being a POW for the second longest amount of time for our nation's history, what allowed him to realize that he is the American dream? His response was that, "I'm nothing special. I'm just one of the guys that had to do what we had to do, and that's how we did it, one day at a time." Mr. Speaker, he may think that he's nothing special, but what he did in captivity as the second longest serving POW in our nation's history, and what he has done for our country is not just special, it's unfathomable, and it's absolutely amazing. His service to our nation, his sacrifice as a POW, his strength and his symbol as an American for Americans deserves the highest honor that Congress can bestow, a Congressional Gold Medal. I'm honored to be the author of this bill, and I'm also proud that 300 members of this chamber co-sponsored this legislation, demonstrating of how deserving Commander Alvarez is of this recognition. I'm also honored that Senator Padilla is the sponsor of this legislation in the Senate, and I look forward to working with him and his Senate colleagues in order to obtain the appropriate amount of support so that this bill passes out of the U.S. Senate and makes it to the President's desk for signature into law. For now, I urge all of my congressional colleagues to support the Everett Alvarez Jr. Congressional Gold Medal Act, to honor Everett Alvarez, an American and an example of what we stand for as Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
We thank the gentleman and the commander. He yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers. At this point, we're prepared to close.
The gentleman in Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized for the balance of his time.
Mr. Speaker, my draft number was 321. And being born in 1955, I never was called to serve, and I always wondered what my service would be like had I been called. And I am so humbled with the story of Everett Alvarez Jr. And there are many lessons that we try to draw from the war in Vietnam, but one of the lessons that we did not get right was the duty that we have to respect the service to those who served under very difficult circumstances. And I just want to say that that is part of the reason that I extend my support again for H.R. 1097, the Everett Alvarez Jr. Congressional Gold Medal Act of 2023. This legislation is necessary to ensure that Congress recognizes and honors the tremendous sacrifices that he made to protect our nation. And I again thank Representative Panetta for his work to bring this legislation to the floor today. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to first thank my Democratic colleagues for their work. We have two coin bills here on the floor today, and they speak to different parts of our United States history and the best among us. And that gift that continues with us retelling important stories of our history. It's really important for us to know today. But I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Panetta, for the work that he put into bringing this Congressional Gold Medal Act before us, and the story of Everett Alvarez Jr. and his contribution to the United States. And the example he leaves us, he gives us, actually. And for this to be done in his lifetime is a very special honor and a rare honor indeed. But I want to urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important resolution. I want to thank my colleagues for the form of debate here and the storytelling. It's important for us to tell the stories of the best of American history. And let's be honest, it's important to tell the whole story of American history. But these stories of heroic acts are really important for us to note. And so with that, I urge adoption of this resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1097? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Foster is from, or Thompson is. We ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5863, the Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act of 2023, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5863, a bill to provide tax relief with respect to certain federal disasters.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 5863, the Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act, introduced by my Ways and Means Committee colleague, Representative Greg Steube of Florida. This legislation was approved last year by the Ways and Means Committee 38-0 because families and communities across the country who suffered disasters need support. In fact, bipartisan support for this legislation was so strong that it was approved a second time by the Ways and Means Committee as part of the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act. This legislation not only helps victims of disasters, but also provides broad and immediate tax relief for American workers, farmers, families, and small businesses, which is why the House of Representatives passed it with 84% support earlier this year. I encourage my Senate colleagues to take up that legislation to support disaster victims and help the millions of Americans treading water in today's economy. The Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act provides assistance to communities across the country, bringing relief to those recovering and rebuilding after tragic floods and tornadoes, like those that affected communities in my home state of Missouri in the winter of 2021 and the summer of 2023. Hurricanes like Hurricane Ian that claimed countless lives in Florida. Wildfires like those that devastated communities in California and Hawaii. And the train derailment and toxic chemical spill in East Palestine, Ohio. I want to commend Representative Steube for his leadership on this issue. His passion started with his desire to provide help to the families he represents who were devastated by the hurricane. But in the interest of getting this done, he broadened his relief effort to include over 300 storms in 45 states. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this bill so that we are standing with and supporting our fellow neighbors when they are most in need. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this legislation, and I want to thank Chairman Smith of the Ways and Means Committee for all of the good work he's done to ensure that we're able to help our constituents who are suffering as a result of natural disasters, and to my colleague and friend, Mr. Steube, who, without his leadership on the Ways and Means Committee, we wouldn't be here today. And also Mr. LaMalfa, my colleague to the north of my district, who has worked with me over the years to address one component that is covered by this piece of legislation. This has been a long time coming for my constituents, too long, way too long. This is now the second time in 5 months that this House has come together to state plainly and in bipartisan fashion that Americans should help one another when disaster strikes. And while the Senate continues to play politics with what ought to be a bipartisan victory, they've been sitting on the tax bill for 5 months. And I join Chairman Smith in calling for them to move the entire bill because there's so much in that for so many of our constituents across the country. And I just want to briefly reiterate how we got here today. In my district, wildfires in 2015, 2017, and 2018 devastated entire communities across my district and across the state of California. Entire towns were destroyed. Thousands of people lost homes. Dozens of people lost their lives. In the aftermath, the courts found that Pacific Gas and Electric was liable for causing some of these fires. As part of its subsequent bankruptcy proceedings, the utility established a trust from which fire survivors are generally eligible for compensation for losses sustained during these fires. Let me pause here to say one thing. No disaster survivor is ever made whole. No one is ever made whole. People lost their homes and everything in their homes, family pictures, family heirlooms, family records. They lost businesses, and as I said earlier, sadly, they lost family members. And while the courts eventually created a path to compensation, it took years to get there, years my constituents didn't have. They couldn't wait around for 3, 4, 6 years to get a payment from that trust. And then because the trust was structured in the form of stock shares, and because stock shares need to be monetized carefully and slowly in order to maximize return to survivors, the payments to survivors came in batches. Nobody is getting, nobody is getting 100% of what they lost. And then, to add insult to injury, right as our constituents started to get even a little bit of compensation, our constituents are told they may actually owe taxes on these payments because depending upon the taxpayer, the payments may qualify as income. In 4 years of working on this issue, I have yet to encounter a single person on either side of the aisle who believes this is fair. That's why we've been so successful in passing this legislation numerous times out of the Ways and Means Committee and off the floor of this House. This bill has been stalled, advanced, then held up. It's been marked up, passed the House, and stalled again. The Senate ought to quit dithering on what's an objectively good bill for our country and just pass it. But because they are unwilling to do so, we're here again tonight to take this matter up. I'm grateful, as I said, to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Mr. Neal, our ranking member on Ways and Means, has been a great colleague and a great champion for this. The chairman, Mr. Smith, and as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Stubbe, one of our colleagues on the committee. I wish such an unusual strategy to get here wasn't necessary, but I'm committed, and I think my colleagues here are committed to pulling every lever at our disposal to get this bill passed. This is a fundamental question of fairness, and I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank Congressman Thompson for his advocacy as well on this legislation and helping move it through our committee in a very bipartisan effort. I yield such time as he may consume to the author of this legislation, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of H.R. 5863, the Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act of 2023. In a historic act last week, a majority of the House of Representatives made clear that the House should act to provide tax relief to victims of natural disasters all across America. I want to thank every member that stood with me in this fight, and I'm thankful for this bill is finally being debated on the floor. On September 28, 2022, Southwest Florida was ravaged by Hurricane Ian, one of the most devastating hurricanes to ever hit our nation. NOAA ranks Hurricane Ian as the third most costliest hurricane in United States history, killing nearly 150 people and causing billions of dollars in damages. For Floridians, we know that the recovery from Hurricane Ian is far from over. Despite experiencing numerous hurricanes yearly, Floridians are resilient. I've been working tirelessly on disaster relief legislation for Floridians to recover from various storms that have decimated so many communities around our state. The most recurring and pressing issue I hear in my district is that the Suncoast is still waiting for Congress to do its job to provide much-needed relief. More than a year and a half after the landfall of Hurricane Ian, Congress has yet to provide disaster relief for those impacted financially by Ian. I've received thousands of letters, calls, and pleas for help from people in my district who have incurred tens of thousands of dollars in recovery expenses and are having a hard time getting ahead. On 8 separate occasions since 2002, Congress has provided tax relief to victims of natural disasters. Since 2021, over 300 disasters across 47 states have been declared without Congress taking action. Additionally, wildfires across the western United States and Maui have greatly impacted many Americans who have not received any relief from this body. Similarly, the victims of the East Palestine train derailment are facing the same situation. This bill helps everyday Americans and provides them the ability to deduct their expenses from a natural disaster from their taxes. This bill will not just aid Hurricane Ian victims. It will provide relief to the millions of Americans around the country who are victims of federally declared disasters. It will help victims of flooding in the Midwest. In the Pacific Northwest, victims of wildfires will get the relief they deserve. Those affected by severe winter storms in the Northeast will benefit from this tax deduction. Our friends in Texas who have experienced damage from a wide variety of disasters, including winter storms, tornadoes, flooding, and fires. In short, this is not a problem that just affects Florida or California. This impacts millions of American families, and Congress must act to provide them relief. I'm grateful to be supported by many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to lead the fight for Americans all across the country to get disaster relief. Disaster relief is not a Democrat problem or a Republican problem. It's something that all of us face. I would like to give a sincere thanks to members and staff who have worked tirelessly on this bill. I would like to give a special thanks to California Congressman Mike Thompson, Jimmy Panetta, Doug LaMalfa, as well as Congresswoman Jill Takuda of Hawaii for their leadership on this effort. I would also like to thank former Congressman Bill Johnson, who represented East Palestine, Ohio, and played an important role with this bill, and a special thanks to Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith for passing this bill out of the committee. The constituents of my district and the districts each of you represent are in need of help. And today I urge swift passage of this bill on the House floor and urge expeditious consideration in the Senate so that Americans all across America can get much needed relief. I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda, who knows firsthand the tragedy of wildfire. Her constituents experienced a horrific disaster in her district, in her home state, and she has been there with them every step of the way, and she's here with on their behalf again tonight. Thank you for your support, and I yield.
The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 5863, the Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act of 2023. It will keep survivors hard-earned money in their pockets and help them in getting their lives back to normal as soon as possible, whatever that normal might look like. Seeing the overwhelming challenges faced by the survivors of the Maui wildfires, our ohana, I introduced H.R. 5873, the Natural Disaster Tax Relief Act of 2023, last October, to lessen the tax burden faced by disaster survivors and ensure they have the financial resources to support their ohana. Since then, far too many people continue to struggle with recovery costs that no one could ever budget for across our countries through all disasters, current, those to come, and so far in the past. They've reached deep into their savings. They've gone into debt to feed their keiki, to cover their mortgages, to pay for education and healthcare costs, and rebuild their homes, businesses, and livelihoods. I want to thank my friends and colleagues, Congressman Greg Steube and Doug LaMalfa, for incorporating elements of my legislation into this bill as we continue to fight for its critical passage. Like me, they know all too well that there will never be enough to replace all that people lost. As the good congressman from California mentioned, no one will be made whole. But that being said, anything we can do to lighten the tax burdens and the financial struggles they face will go a long way to rebuilding lives and rebuilding communities. I am proud to join Congressman Steube, LaMalfa, and Thompson on the floor today to pass this bill out of the House, and I implore the Senate to embrace their kuleana and pass this bill. Disaster does not discriminate. It doesn't care if you're Democrat, Independent, or Republican. But when it hits, people need help. We must pass this critical bipartisan piece of legislation now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from California reserves, and the gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as he may consume. The gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, Chairman Smith, for helping us with our legislation all this time here. And I'm very grateful also to Mr. Stube for allowing our bill to be piggyback with his in this effort here, as well as the 7024 Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act, which is still waiting over in the Senate. I hope we can get that one, but I'm very grateful for everybody to join this effort here today, a strong bipartisan effort to move this narrower, much more, very important disaster relief package to help people all across the country, has been said. My colleague Mike Thompson, thank you so much for our partnership on this. It's taken some time, and we're getting there. I'm glad to see. And, you know, with the losses that we've suffered, along with our constituents, of course, especially, it's very painful to see and to not be able to go back to them and say we've gotten a result yet. But my own constituents, I commend them. I'm grateful for them. They've been very, very patient. The victims of the Camp Fire, where 85 lives were lost, the Zogg Fire, my neighbors down there in Santa Rosa area, and of course my good friend Ms. Tokuda over there, Lahaina, who suffered even more greatly loss of life than what ours had been, a record in paradise. We don't want to set records, we want to get results. And so it's just been a great partnership on top of disaster and heartache. So just picture this though. As I talk about paradise, you wake up in the morning, you hear there's a fire, all of a sudden there's an evacuation. People are crowding the narrow roadways trying to get up the hill or down the hill, out of town, barely make it in some cases, scorched vehicles, tires on fire, all that. They're seeing their rearview mirror, their neighborhood engulfed in flames, their houses going down. All their mementos, as was mentioned, are in them. They're wondering, did their neighbor get out? Did the elderly lady get up the street? Thank goodness there was a firefighter or a neighbor that maybe helped that lady get out just in time, so there was not even worse loss of life. The resilience of these folks in the fires that I've had in my district and my neighbors and my other neighboring states is just amazing as they've stuck with us on this. So a settlement happened with the utility to somehow partly compensate, and indeed, they'll never be made whole. My colleagues have pointed that out well. They can never be made whole, even with a lot of money. That settlement should not be a taxable event. Now think about it. Just break that down for a minute. You're in your home, you've been paying off your mortgage, maybe it's already paid off, you've got your equity in your home. So this disaster happens, you lose your home. All of a sudden you've got to rearrange your life, you've got to rebuild your life. Well, that portion of that equity that now is going to be compensated for partly by the settlement with the utility, that portion of your home is now a newly taxable event because of the IRS interpretation on that. How is that right? How is that fair at all? That you have ripped out of your life, your home, your family, whatever may have happened to you personally, and now you have a taxable event on top of that piece of equity that was in your home because of a bad interpretation here. That's why this legislation is necessary. That's why it's been so strongly supported on both sides of the aisle all through the process here. That's why we need to overcome these hurdles we have, whether it's over in the Senate or what have you, to get this done. People deserve to have that predictability, that sustainability of their life to be able to put themselves back into a good way again. So, fire victims, Camp Fire, my area, Zogg Fire, our other neighbors there, relief is on the way here. This has been a tremendous effort, a little out of the ordinary, to get this legislation back to this floor here tonight, and I think it'll pass resoundingly. I hope so. I ask for everybody's aye vote. Again, I appreciate all my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, for stepping forward and doing right by the fire victims, by the hurricane victims, by those folks in East Palestine, and others that are going to be added into this. This is how legislation should look. This is how a country pulls together, and I'm glad to be part of it. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
We're prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'd like to thank Mr. Stube, Mr. LaMalfa, Chairman Smith, and all of our colleagues on Ways and Means who worked so hard to bring this bill to fruition, not once, not twice, but now 3 times. And our friend from Hawaii, I know how difficult that is in your state, in your area, what a devastating fire that was, and I know how hard you're working for your constituents, and thank you for being on the floor today. Mr. Speaker, Florida, Texas, South Carolina, Louisiana, Kentucky, Oregon, New York, California, and over a dozen other states have been devastated by disasters. There's not a single colleague in this House who should have to go through a disaster to know how bad it is. This devastates communities. It devastates people's lives. It disrupts communities. It disrupts people's lives. People are killed. Businesses are lost. Homes and heirlooms are lost and destroyed. The least that we can do is to come to the aid of our constituents, our fellow Americans, in time of disaster and in time of great need. And that's what we're doing today. This is commendable work by the Ways and Means Committee, and every member in this House should be proud to come to the floor and vote to support their friends, their neighbors, their constituents in these very, very dark times. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would once again just commend the great work and advocacy that Mr. Stube, Mr. LaMalfa, Mr. Thompson, I can tell you they've been advocating since I've been chairman that this is an important piece of legislation to get across the finish line, and let's hope that the United States Senate does the same thing. With that, I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5863 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose, gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on that, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3317, the Rolling Stock Protection Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 423, H.R. 3317, a bill to amend Title 49 United States Code to remove the lifetime exemption from the prohibition on procurement of rolling stock from certain vehicle manufacturers for parties to executed contracts.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and the gentlelady from Nevada, Mrs. Titus, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 3317.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3317, the Rolling Stock Protection Act. This bipartisan bill, introduced by Highways and Transit Subcommittee Chairman Rick Crawford, was reported favorably out of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure in May 2023.
I ask that my colleagues join me in supporting this legislation. The bill will prevent federal tax dollars from being sent to foreign state-owned enterprises and state-connected businesses for the purchase of rolling stock, such as rail cars and buses. Moreover, this bill will block federal dollars flowing from the Federal Transit Administration to rolling stock manufacturers connected to the Chinese Communist Party. In 2019, Congress enacted the Transportation Infrastructure Vehicle Security Act as a provision of the fiscal year 2020 National Defense Authorization Act. TIVSA prohibited public transportation agencies that receive federal assistance from using funds to procure vehicles from state-owned enterprises. The passage of TIVSA was a direct response to alarming national and economic security concerns related to China's state-owned enterprise rolling stock manufacturers, primarily the China Railway Rolling Stock Corporation, and Build Your Dreams, whose presence in the bus and rail car market had grown significantly. And that legislation included a loophole that allowed the FTA to grant lifetime exemptions for 4 of the nation's largest transit agencies, allowing them to continue buying rolling stock manufactured by companies connected to and dependent on the CCP. This bill we are considering today will close that loophole. In doing so, H.R. 3317 will enhance American manufacturing opportunity in the rolling stock industry. It will help American workers and strengthen our domestic supply chain. H.R. 3317 will take us another step forward in safeguarding America's national security and economic interests. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise in support of this legislation, which would prohibit all U.S. transit agencies from using federal dollars on rail rolling stock from state-owned enterprises, or SOEs. As of today, the U.S. doesn't have any domestic transit rail car manufacturers. Federal transit policies have been designed over the years to reflect that reality while still encouraging domestic manufacturing wherever possible. While the U.S. remains, or at least for now, dependent on global transit car manufacturers, we need to ensure fair competition among all manufacturers, including SOEs. When one entity receives government support for artificially low bids, if that's left unchecked over time, other manufacturers will be driven out of business. This would make transit cars more expensive in the long run and leave systems across the country reliant upon just one manufacturer. Congress recognized this concern after 4 U.S. transit agencies awarded rolling stock contracts to an SOE that submitted artificially low bids. The 2020 National Defense Authorization Act first prohibited most U.S. transit agencies from using federal transit funds to purchase rolling stock from SOEs. Transit car manufacturers that did not receive government subsidies, including manufacturers in South Korea, Japan, Spain, and other places, were not affected by this ban. Congress exempted the 4 transit agencies with the initial SOE contracts from the ban so not to disrupt ongoing procurements. The legislation that we're considering here today doesn't affect those initial contracts or any current options on those contracts, but it does prevent future contracts from being executed using federal funds. The bill ensures that all U.S. transit agencies will operate under the same rules. I would also note that nothing in this legislation impacts what transit agencies do with their local funding. It only affects funding from the federal government for transit rail cars. As transit agencies continue to receive the record funding provided by the bipartisan infrastructure law, it's critical we ensure the market for rolling stock is fair and competitive. Ultimately, that will yield the best outcome for transit agencies and will help them provide more reliable and effective service for their riders. I support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize H.R. 3317's sponsor, Representative Rick Crawford from Arkansas, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 3317, the Rolling Stock Protection Act. I ask that my colleagues join me in supporting this simple and direct bill. In May of last year, this bipartisan legislation was favorably reported out of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. My bill will close a loophole in federal law that currently allows some of the country's largest transit agencies that receive Federal Transit Administration dollars to purchase rolling stock, such as rail cars, from state-owned enterprises and state-connected businesses, including those linked to the Chinese Communist Party. Mr. Speaker, I'll be honest with you, I thought Congress had fixed this problem back in 2019 with the passage of the Transportation Infrastructure Vehicle Security Act, or TIVSA. That measure, which was included in the 2020 National Defense Authorization Act, prohibited the purchase of rolling stock from state-owned enterprises by transit agencies receiving federal funds. So why are we back today? We're here today to make it crystal clear that the FTA that CCP-connected companies are never allowed to receive taxpayer dollars. While TIVSA should have eliminated any future payments of American taxpayer dollars to CCP-connected companies like the China Railway Rolling Stock Corporation, the FTA's execution of the law provided lifetime exemptions to 4 transit agencies from the prohibitions on contracting with CCP-connected companies. I mentioned that the FTA granted lifetime exemptions to 4 transit agencies from the law's prohibitions, and I think it's important that we know who we're talking about. The 4 agencies receiving this exemption from the FTA were the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority, or SEPTA, the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, MBTA, the Chicago Transit Authority, and the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transit Authority. I'm pleased to report that one of those transit agencies, SEPTA, just announced in April that after significant production delays and cost overruns, it was exercising the right to terminate its contract with CRRC for cause. That's a positive step. Alternatively, another agency that received the lifetime exemption, the MBTA, recently announced that it's re-upping the contract with CRRC and adding another $148 million in rolling stock purchases. The enactment of TIVSA should have eliminated any possibility that transit agencies that receive federal funding could continue using those dollars to pay for contracts with companies connected to the CCP. But 5 years after TIVSA was made law, a major public transit agency is expanding just such a contract. All the more reason we're taking action to pass H.R. 3317 today. This bill will end once and for all the practice of sending federal dollars to CCP-controlled rolling stock companies by eliminating these lifetime exemptions. Chinese companies that are controlled by the CCP have nearly limitless financial resources they can use to undercut domestic rolling stock manufacturers. It's unfair, uncompetitive playing field, and I'm proud to put an end to it today. Let's be clear, the CCP isn't just investing in these state-owned enterprises to help them better compete in the market. The CCP is trying to take control of the market. The CCP wants to dominate this industry and drive American manufacturers out completely. We can't let that happen. H.R. 3317 is supported by a broad range of organizations, including the Transport Workers Union, the Alliance for American Manufacturing, the Teamsters, the Railway Supply Institute, and the Rail Security Alliance. I thank them for their support of my legislation and hope that my colleagues will join me in approving the passage of this bill today. My bill will prevent the CCP from using the rolling stock manufacturing market as another tool to undermine our national security and our economic interests. This is simple legislation that will solve an important concern. H.R. 3317 is good for American workers and will ensure responsible stewardship of American taxpayer dollars. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting my legislation, and I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. Reserve. And the gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers and are prepared to close.
The gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers either, but I want to say for the record, I support this legislation and encourage my colleagues to do the same. So thank you, and I yield back the balance.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself enough time as I might consume. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3317, the Rolling Stock Protection Act, is a bipartisan bill that protects American workers, our domestic economic interest, and our national security. H.R. 3317 will stop federal dollars from going to rolling stock manufacturers backed and controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. The bill is a responsive and responsible step that will prohibit further erosion of our domestic manufacturing sector by the CCP. H.R. 3317 will enhance domestic manufacturing opportunities and ensure that United States tax dollars can no longer be paid to companies linked to foreign adversarial nations for the procurement of rolling stock. Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time has expired. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3317? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5754 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5754, a bill to designate the United States Courthouse located at 350 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California, as the Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez United States Courthouse.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Ms. Monaro, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks, insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 5754.
Ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 5754, a bill to designate the United States Courthouse located at 350 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California, as the Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez United States Courthouse. Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez are remembered for their leadership in the 1946 federal court case, Mendez v. Westminster, which desegregated public schools in California, establishing the legal precedent for the landmark Brown v. Board of Education Supreme Court case. It's fitting that we acknowledge the late couple by naming this courthouse in Los Angeles after them. And, Mr. Speaker, with that, I urge support of H.R. 5754 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5754, which designates the federal courthouse in Los Angeles, California, as the Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez, United States Courthouse. The Mendezes were activists whose efforts culminated in the 1946 federal court case, Mendez versus Westminster School District of Orange County. This helped to end segregation in California schools and helped pave the way for desegregation efforts nationwide. Ms. Menendez was born in Puerto Rico and moved with her family to California at the age of 12. She and her family encountered discrimination and racism in California because of their Puerto Rican heritage. She married Gonzalo Mendez, a Mexican immigrant who had become a naturalized U.S. citizen. They had several children and operated a successful agriculture business in Southern California. The Menendezes attempted to enroll their children in a local school, but were rejected because of their Mexican names and appearance. In response, the Menendezes bravely organized and filed a lawsuit against the local school districts to end the district's practice of segregating Mexican school children. After they won the case in 1946 and won a subsequent appeal in 1947, the state of California took the further action of enacting a law officially desegregating California public schools, making it the first state in the country to do so. The law was signed by then-Governor Earl Warren. 7 years later, Mr. Warren, then Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, wrote the opinion in Brown versus Board of Education, in which the court ruled that segregation of any kind in public schools is unconstitutional. If H.R. 5754 is enacted, the Los Angeles Federal Courthouse would be the first courthouse in the nation named after a Latina. I strongly support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same. I thank you and reserve the balance of the time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. I would yield at this time 5 minutes to Ms. Napolitano, who we're going to miss terribly when she retires from her role in leadership on the Transportation Committee.
The gentlelady from Brownsville, Texas is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Dinah. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5754 to designate the United States Courthouse located at 350 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California, as the Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez United States Courthouse. I thank Representative Jimmy Gomez for introducing this important legislation. I am proud to support this courthouse renaming bill as it recognizes the critical role that Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez served in the fight for civil rights in the United States. Their resolve to fight for equality in the landmark case Mendez versus Westminster, along with 4 other families from Orange County, California, would not only end segregation in California schools, but also lay the groundwork for Brown versus Board of Education 1954. In September of last year, I stood alongside Sylvia Mendez, daughter of Felicitas and Gonzalo, as Representative Gomez marked the introduction of his bill. Sylvia, a dedicated civil rights activist, travels the country to ensure the legacies of her parents and the 4 other families are not forgotten. I'm proud to have worked with my LA area colleagues in 2011, especially former Representative Lucille Roybal Allard, in advocating for the construction of a much-needed courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. The Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez U.S. Courthouse will serve as a reminder of the contributions of Latino Americans to this country, and I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 5754, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Nevada reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 5 minutes to the representative from California and the sponsor of this resolution, Mr. Gomez.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Titus. I rise in support of my bill to name the Los Angeles U.S. Courthouse in my district after 2 individuals whose courage bent the arc of history towards justice, Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez. The Mendez family, alongside the Ramirez, Estrada, Guzman, and Palomino family, challenged segregationist policies that prevented their children from getting the same quality education as their white peers, and they won. Their efforts resulted in the landmark 1946 case of Mendez versus Westminster School District, which led to the desegregation of California schools and set the stage for Brown v. Board of Education, the monumental Supreme Court decision that stated, "Separate but equal is inherently unequal." I introduced this bill along Sylvia Mendez and the daughter of Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez, who, as a child, set in motion the desegregation case. Sylvia was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2011 by President Obama and is the subject of this children's book, Separate is Never Equal, which I brought as a reminder of what this means for our children. This courthouse will be a reminder that history and law are not just shaped by judges. They are molded by people who have the courage to challenge unjust laws and make our country better. The NAACP, ACLU, and Japanese American Citizens League sent amicus briefs in this case, showing that our struggles are distinct, but our battle to form a more perfect union is one and the same. In fact, Thurgood Marshall wrote the NAACP's brief and just years later used the similar reasoning before the Supreme Court in Brown v. Board of Education. I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record letters from the NAACP, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, and 21 Latino civil rights organizations and advocacy groups in favor of this legislation.
Without objection.
For all Americans to feel part of our American story, they need to see themselves reflected in the buildings and monuments that commemorate our history. The Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez Courthouse will be the first courthouse named after a Latina out of over 200 named federal courthouses. I thank the over 60 co-sponsors, including members from both sides of the aisle, along with overwhelming support from the California delegation and the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. I urge the Senate to pass this legislation swiftly to send a clear sign about what we stand for as a nation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Nevada reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm still prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly support this historic legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I join in supporting this bill recognizing the legacy of Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez by naming the United States Courthouse in Los Angeles, California after them. This is an historic and appropriate recognition, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5754 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6248 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 424, H.R. 6248. A bill to require Amtrak to report to Congress information on Amtrak compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 with respect to trains and stations.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 6248.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I am proud to see my bill, the Think Differently Transportation Act, come to the House floor. This is yet another item to pass the House that builds off the work that we began when I was county executive in New York State, Dutchess County, New York, the Think Differently initiative. Think Differently is a call to action to break down barriers and create opportunities for those living with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities. The Think Differently Transportation Act does just that. The bill requires that Amtrak submit to Congress and the President an annual report with an expected timeline for bringing Amtrak trains and stations into compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Amtrak stations and trains should be fully accessible for all Americans of every ability and fully compliant with federal law. The ADA was passed in 1990 and established a 20-year time frame for intercity rail stations to be accessible to those with disabilities. As of July 2023, sadly, Amtrak has only brought 30% of the 385 stations it's responsible for into ADA compliance. And this is simply unacceptable and creates far too many barriers for everyone of every ability, making this bill necessary. The Think Differently Transportation Act is a strong bipartisan bill that allows Congress to have appropriate oversight of Amtrak to ensure it complies with its obligations under the law. The bill is an important step forward that Congress can take to address accessibility barriers to travel by rail. And I also wish to take this time to acknowledge the original co-lead of this bill, the late Congressman Don Payne, Jr., who, as we know, passed away last month. It was an immense pleasure to work with him, and I'd like to think that the passage of this bill would act as some small honor to him and his legacy for helping individuals with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Well, thank you. I'm pleased to support the Think Differently Transportation Act. It's a bipartisan bill that will advance accessibility on Amtrak services. I'm sure my words will not be as eloquent as those of Mr. Payne had he been here to speak on this bill himself. Amtrak received $22 billion in the bipartisan infrastructure law to buy new equipment, invest in station accessibility, and make improvements in the backlog of capital projects and operating needs. Congress set specific directions for how Amtrak could use its BIL funds. With regard to station accessibility, the BIL states that Amtrak funds are to be used to make all the stations Amtrak serves accessible. The bill we're considering today would require Amtrak to report annually to Congress on accessibility status, improvements, and plans at the more than 500 stations Amtrak serves, not just the ones where it has the responsibility to make accessibility a priority under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Thanks to the BIL, Amtrak is investing in new equipment and new stations. We need assurances that these investments will take place and take into account people with disabilities as required by the ADA. This bill helps to do just that. I urge all my colleagues to support the Think Differently Transportation Act and to think differently about transportation so it is more accessible, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Yes, thank you. Just in closing, I'd like to say again that I support this bill. I thank the sponsors of it. I wish Mr. Payne were here to see it pass, and I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the aisle, and I too wish Representative Payne, for many reasons, would still be here to at least celebrate this important next step. There are far too many barriers in the lives of those living with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities. They shoulder 70% unemployment rate, access to transportation, and the ability to move around as every American would hope to create such enormous barriers to opportunity. This Think Differently Transportation Act will help to ensure that Amtrak follows the basic expectation that the ADA sets into law through regular reporting to both Congress and the President on Amtrak's progress, or lack thereof, towards ADA compliance for its trains and stations and all those they serve. Now, this bill represents an important step toward improving Amtrak's service for customers of every ability. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6248 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. You promise. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5799.
Without objection. I'm sorry, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5799, a bill to designate the checkpoint of the United States Border Patrol located at United States Highway 90 West in Uvalde County, Texas, as the James R. Dominguez Border Patrol checkpoint.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentleman from New York, Ms. Molinaro, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 5799.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I rise today in support of H.R. 5799, a bill that honors the service and sacrifice of Border Patrol agent James R. Dominguez by naming the United States Border Patrol checkpoint in Uvalde County, Texas, after him. Border Patrol agent Dominguez served our country for more than 12 years. On July 19, 2012, Agent Dominguez stopped to clear debris out of the roadway when he was tragically struck and killed by a passing car. It is fitting that we honor Agent Dominguez by naming this Border Patrol checkpoint after him. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of H.R. 5799 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 5799, this bill to designate a checkpoint of the U.S. Border Patrol located on United States Highway 90 West in Uvalde County, Texas, naming it the James R. Dominguez Border Patrol checkpoint. And I thank Mr. Gonzalez for bringing the bill. In 2012, 41-year-old United States Border Patrol agent James R. Dominguez was struck and killed by a vehicle while assisting a disabled motorist on U.S. 90 near Klein, Texas. Agent Dominguez had served with the U.S. Border Patrol for 12 years. He is survived by his wife and 4 children. Agent Dominguez's brother and father were also members of the Border Patrol. I support this legislation to rename the Border Patrol checkpoint located on U.S. Highway 90 West in Uvalde County, Texas, as the James R. Dominguez Border Patrol checkpoint, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize the bill's sponsor, Representative Tony Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman from the great state of Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 5799, the James R. Dominguez Memorial Act, and I want to thank this chamber for bringing this bill to the floor for a vote today. I have the privilege of serving Texas 23 and the people of Uvalde. I was in Uvalde yesterday. It has been a tough couple years for us in the district. Just outside of Uvalde is a checkpoint called the Uvalde Checkpoint Station. Very soon, that checkpoint will be known as the James R. Dominguez Checkpoint. As I met with Border Patrol agents that day, it was nothing but smiles, whether they had been in for 2 years or they'd been in for 30 years like Agent Moreno, it was all smiles. And that smile, they were smiling because they knew that they weren't going to be forgotten. Whether they passed away during service over 12 years ago, they were not going to be forgotten. Their families weren't going to be forgotten. In 2012, Border Patrol agent James Dominguez tragically passed away in the line of duty when he was struck by a vehicle along Highway 90 in Texas. Agent Dominguez was a loving father, a husband, friend to all that knew him, and a strong man of faith. He dedicated 12 years of his life as a Border Patrol agent, last serving in the Uvalde station in the Del Rio sector. Today is a special day for this chamber. We will move forward tonight on legislation that will honor the memory of Border Patrol agent James Dominguez by renaming the checkpoint in Uvalde in his honor. I am proud to have worked very closely with Chief Owens and his wife, Cassie Garcia, as well as the family members of Agent Dominguez, his brothers and sisters and his wife, to rename this Uvalde station and make this memorial possible. Agent James Dominguez's legacy will live on for generations to come. His service will never be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. And the gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to support this legislation, as I said, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. With that, I thank you and yield back.
The gentleman from Nevada yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I urge support of this bill to honor the service and sacrifice of U.S. Border Patrol agent James R. Dominguez by designating the United States Border Patrol checkpoint in Uvalde County, Texas, as the James R. Dominguez Border Patrol checkpoint. I thank my colleague, Representative Gonzalez, for his advocacy, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5799? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
Tell me when. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on question previously postponed. Votes will be taken the following order. Motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5863 and H.R. 3019. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5863. As amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5863, a bill to provide tax relief with respect to certain federal disasters.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? As amended, members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Voted. On this vote, the yeas are 382 and the nays are 7, recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, this bill passes, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3019. As amended, on which yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3019, a bill to establish an inspections regime for the Bureau of Prisons and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 392, the nays are no, as recorded as present. On this vote, the yeas are 392, the nays are 2, recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Did I say the nays?
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 17, during the 118th Congress, Representative Wexton of Virginia be permitted to use a medical assistive communication device on the floor of the House.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution S-Con Res 36 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The House will be in order. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 36, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall and the Capitol Visitor Center for the event to celebrate the birthday of King Kamehameha I.
Is there an objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that House Resolution 961 be laid on the table.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as a Chaminade High School graduate, I extend congratulations to our rivals, St. Anthony's High School, for their recent 12-6 lacrosse victory over Chaminade. Despite the outcome not favoring my alma mater, I commend the Friars for their skill, dedication, and sportsmanship. In the spirit of fair play, I gracefully accept defeat in my wager with fellow Long Islander Congressman Nick LaLota, a St. Anthony's alumnus. The Friars' undeniable prowess on the field reflects their hard work and commitment, both in athletics and beyond. Long Islanders are well acquainted with the intense rivalry between Chaminade and St. Anthony's in lacrosse, where both teams consistently rank among the nation's best. Congratulations again to the St. Anthony's Friars, their coaches and supporters on their impressive win. May this victory inspire future competitions filled with sportsmanship and camaraderie. Go Friars. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in anguish on behalf of George Floyd and his family, on behalf of Minneapolis, and on behalf of everyone who has been impacted by police brutality. It's been 4 years since George was brutally murdered in front of the whole world. We have been fighting every day since then to pass meaningful criminal justice reform. What we are fighting for is a dignified life. What we are fighting for is equal access to exist as ourselves. What we are fighting for is to undo 400 years of being brutalized, victimized, surveilled, enslaved, imprisoned, and having the life choked out of us in the cities we call home. We will continue to fight for change until we achieve a better future, a future that George deserved. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent
consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor my dear friend, Colonel Richard Julian. The colonel enlisted in the Tennessee Air National Guard in 1965 and attended basic training at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas, before moving to Kessler Air Force Base to complete technical training. Once he completed his initial training, he returned to the 134th Air Refueling Unit. He served as a traditional guardsman and was offered a chance to become full-time. He eventually moved up to the enlisted ranks to become a senior master sergeant. And in 1981, he was offered the chance for direct appointment as captain in the Tennessee Air National Guard. He was named the Director of Personnel for the 134th Air Refueling Wing. Later, he was promoted to the rank of Colonel and was assigned as the Support Grand Commander when he retired in 2004. He served for over 38 years in the Air Guard and deployed in support of countless operations and exercises. After he retired from the Air National Guard, Colonel worked for Knox County as Director of Human Resources and then Blount County Highway Department until the day he passed away on May 1st, 2024. Our country's heroes are the men and women of our armed services and armed forces, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to recognize my dear friend, who I miss very much, Colonel Richard Clapp Julian, as Tennessee's 2nd District May 2024 Veteran of the Month. Colonel, we miss you dearly, and thank you always for being my friend.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to applaud a convening that took place yesterday at the Toledo-Lucas County Public Library in northwestern Ohio. We gathered community leaders from across our region with representatives from the Department of Energy and Treasury, local organizations, businesses, and municipalities focused on ways our enterprising region can think big. The Inflation Reduction Act, which passed Congress in 2022, is paying huge dividends. IRA tax incentives and related infrastructure legislation, especially the bipartisan infrastructure law, are helping to achieve private and public sector cooperation and investment to fix our roads, produce more affordable energy, and improve old water and wastewater systems across our vast region. Domestic energy independence begins right here in northwestern Ohio. And when we think big together, we can transform our local economy, attract major investments from industry, agriculture, and create good-paying union jobs. I want to thank all those who visited our region. No, we are prepared for a modernized future. And we want to use all the tools this Congress passed to help to make America sustainable, and we begin that right in northwestern Ohio. Congratulations, onward to all.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Joint Economic Committee reported that since Biden, the average family has seen a 21% increase in prices, costing them $22,000 in costs. $2,500 more for food, $4,500 more for housing, $3,400 more for energy, and $7,500 more for transportation. Corrupt Judge Merchan continues his shameful unprofessionalism to reveal all Americans can be targets of judicial abuse, while his blatant bigotry is reelecting Donald Trump. Yesterday, my son, South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, hand-delivered to the judge an invitation for the judge to be my guest at the Trump inauguration. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We don't need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens the borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI. We are grateful for the life of Gail Averett. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in honor of the town of Gaston, North Carolina, celebrating its 75th anniversary. As the song Celebration played in the background, I joined Mayor Deborah Lee James, members of the Town Council, and residents from across the town to celebrate this amazing milestone. There was a parade, maypole rapping, drumline, and many fun activities. Town officials also cut the ribbon on the Dwight Hall Ballpark, demonstrating their commitment to its future. Celebrating Gaston's rich history and seeing the beauty of Eastern North Carolina was wonderful. I'm looking forward to celebrating many, many, many more years of this great town. Happy 75th, Gaston G75. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mackenzie Connell for being recognized as one of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution's top 15 high school girl golfers in the state of Georgia. Mackenzie joins a very elite class of young women golfers. This selection process is highly competitive and includes every young woman in the Georgia High School Association. Since joining the Pierce County High School girls golf team, Mackenzie has won many prestigious honors. A few of these include being named the 2023 GHSA AA Player of the Year, the 2024 GHSA AA Area 1 Low Medalist, and a two-time 912 Sports Magazine Player of the Year. In both 2022 and 2023, the Pierce County girls golf team won back-to-back state championships. Mackenzie was an integral player on both teams. During the 2023 state championship golf tournament, she was named the GHSA State Low Medalist, where she shot a tournament low of 73. Outside of golf, Mackenzie is recognized as one of the top performing students in her class. She boasts a stellar GPA and is involved in a whole host of extracurricular activities. Congratulations, Mackenzie. I look forward to seeing all that you will accomplish in the future. Continue to make our district proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to urge passage of the Ensuring Safe and Ethical AI Development Through Safe AI Research Grants Act. This is bipartisan legislation that I have introduced. Just recently, the company OpenAI unveiled the latest chatbot model, which had some truly amazing new features. And yet, shortly after that, there was an exodus of employees from the company devoted to safety, with one of them even saying that this part of the company is not receiving the compute that it needs to. Now, I don't know if that's true, and I don't know the particulars of what's going on in that company, but it does underscore the fact that we cannot rely or assume that companies are devoting the attention to safety issues that they should. And so I do think there's a role for the federal government to catalyze cutting-edge AI safety research. That's what my legislation does, and I think it's of the highest urgency that Congress assure that as we look ahead to the limitless potential benefits of AI, that we do whatever we can to understand the risks and take the steps that we need to mitigate them. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House the following personnel requests.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Griffith of Virginia for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized for 60 minutes as designee of the Majority Leader.
We'll be talking a little less than 60 minutes, so you know, so you can plan your next hour. I would like to address the House and talk about 4 issues that, per usual, I think have not been adequately covered by our mainstream press corps. The first issue I'd like to deal with is the treatment in their public statements by the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee, which is the second biggest university in the state of Wisconsin, towards what's going on in Israel. They, I think in part because of some Palestinian sympathizers who've set up tents on their campus, felt compelled to make an issue on what American foreign policy, or at least UWM's foreign policy is. To my great concern and great embarrassment, they have decided to, in their statement, condemn Israel and also, in addition to condemning Israel, they have called on Israel to begin a ceasefire in the Middle East. If you read their statement, it is apparent that there is some equivalence between Israel and what could be called Palestine, or even treating Palestine in a superior position there. This is completely unacceptable and is sadly something that is seen too much on university campuses. The thing that makes this uniquely horrible is it's coming from the administration. It's bad enough if run-of-the-mill faculty members of universities around the country can't figure out the obvious difference between right and wrong here. It is particularly disturbing when the administration itself has a problem distinguishing that. Israel was attacked and over 1,000 people were killed in the most bloodthirsty, callous way possible. Israel responded to this declaration of war by trying to, as carefully as possible, get rid of the Hamas fighters who would try to destroy them and recapture hostages that at least are claimed to be hidden probably in tunnels beneath the Gaza community. There is no difference there's huge difference between the countries. Israel is a modern, Western, humane country. It is a country with lots of mosques that has a very diverse population. You will notice that when the over 1,000 people were murdered and people were taken hostage, people were from Thailand in Israel. People are from the Philippines in Israel. They are trying to get people from Ecuador in Israel. People are coming from all around the globe for an opportunity to work in Israel. Meanwhile, Gaza, like too many, sadly, third world countries, is a corrupt state in which, despite receiving billions of dollars from foreign countries, primarily Europe, is still stuck in the muck. It is a country that has no synagogues in it. There is not the appreciation for freedom of religion in Gaza like there is in Israel. The people who run Gaza have been corrupt. The leaders have sometimes been in Qatar, sometimes been in Turkey. Yasser Arafat, who ran Palestinian during much of my life, his ancestors wind up in Paris. The people who get the money here don't even stay in Hamas, or stay in Gaza. A country, by the way, which if it were well run would be prosperous, located on the Mediterranean Sea, formerly a place that people came to recreate, a tourist spot, a place that used to have greenhouses that were left behind by the Jews when they had to go back to Israel and were destroyed by the people in Palestine. But in any event, we have to weigh in as a country and wake up as far as what's going on in our universities. Why do we have universities on something the American public overwhelmingly figures out who they should have sympathy for? But in University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee, the administration clearly had more sympathy with Hamas than they did with Israel. And something of great concern. Another thing of great concern is when they had to deal with an apparent crisis of having tents in their university, they felt compelled to negotiate with the squeaky people who sympathize with the barbaric Hamas military, and didn't even talk to people who would have had a vested interest, apparently didn't talk to people, who had a vested interest in looking out for Israel, which after all is fighting for our existence. If one would stop, if Israel would immediately pull out of Gaza, what would happen? It would allow the Hamas group to replenish their arms, to regroup, and someday attack Israel again 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line. So in any event, I realize the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee is not as well known academically as Harvard or MIT or Northwestern, or some of these other universities that have embarrassed themselves. But I hope the public is paying attention to what's going on at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. I hope the taxpayers are paying attention. And I hope the chancellor, who's made some admission that what he did was maybe not right, take a bolder stance and say his university is not going to weigh in or give any sympathy towards Hamas, particularly so soon after they so barbarically killed over 1,000 Israelis. My second issue today is within the last few weeks, we received one more time the monthly totals on the number of migrants who came across our southern border. One more time, and it's true almost as far back as you can find, the numbers for April were a substantial increase over last April and a huge increase over the final April under Donald Trump. On the final April under Donald Trump, April 2020, about 6,000 people crossed the border. Last April, about 178,000 people crossed the border. We are now at 204,000. So a huge increase from 178,000 to 204,000 people. Obviously unacceptable, and that decrease is understated because what President Biden has done to hold down the numbers is he gives parole from people who are coming here from Cuba and Haiti, which probably would add another 30,000 people to this list, except for it's not included on the numbers released. So American public and the American press should keep paying attention to what's going on the border. You know, the biggest problem in our country, if our country goes under, our great country, I think, is we anticipate a free press, but to have a free press and have it count for something, it's got to be a competent press. And when the numbers were released a couple weeks ago or I think it's within the last week, on the number of people who crossed the border from April, it should have been a banner headline in every newspaper in this country. Every 10 o'clock news station around the country should have led with the story that we had another all-time record for an April as far as people coming across the southern border. Instead, nothing. They should have pointed out that one more time we have just shy of 6,000 unaccompanied minors. There was a time when the press corps cared a little bit about breaking apart families. Now, 16, 15-year-old shows up at the southern border. What does our administration do? Nothing. For all we know, that child's never going to see his parents again. Who knows what his motive is for showing up at the border? But nothing is done. Our administration is settling in where we expect if a young person crosses the border without their parents, that we'll find you a sponsor and you'll stay here. And quite frankly, what our administration ought to be doing is even if a child shows up at the border with only one parent, in this country, in a divorce case, we would frequently try to keep both parents in touch with the child. So really at the southern border, even if a child shows up with one parent, they ought to be both turned around unless we can document where the other parent is and are they signing off on this situation. So again, I strongly encourage the press corps to pay more attention to the border. By the way, I want to make one more statement with regard to the situation with Israel. There are people who are horrified, and it is horrific, when people die in this war. The war could be ended by Hamas at any time. At any time, they could say, we surrender, here are our arms, here are where you're going to find the tunnels, here are where the hostages are held. The war would be over tomorrow. People do die in the explosions and bombings that take place there. I think that there should be a little more attention paid by the protesters before they condemn Israel to see how this country reacted when we felt it was necessary to bomb population centers when war was declared on the United States during World War II. I suggest sympathizers with Hamas look a little bit about the Dresden fire bombings, look a little bit at the bombings in Tokyo, and that's before we get to the nuclear bombings in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But even traditional bombs in Dresden and Tokyo, and you will find, I think, more horrific things happening than anything that's happening near Hamas. Not to mention, the Israelis have been incredibly careful, much more careful than we were in Tokyo and Dresden, about warning civilians and trying to keep them out of harm's way. So if anybody in this body wants more sympathy or wants to condemn Israel, I suggest they look at how we handled the situation when we were bombing Japan and bombing Germany at the end or toward the end of World War II. By the way, at a time when the conclusion of the war was, to a certain extent, already determined. The third issue that I believe has not been adequately addressed in the paper, and when I get back on the weekends I try to talk to people about it, they have no clue, is the fact that we have recently begun collecting information regarding Middle Eastern people and people from North Africa for a variety of purposes. I think people believe that by keeping track of these people, we will eventually give them the benefits of affirmative action type of programs or diversity sort of programs. Prior to this, which was only approved in the last few weeks, we gave potential preferences to Hispanic Americans, African Americans, Native Americans, Asians, and quite frankly, we give preferences whether you're American or not, just Asians who are here, and Pacific Islanders. The Biden administration, the most divisive administration in this country's history, felt that wasn't enough. I think even without showing a need, they have decided to add Middle Eastern and North African people to the mix. If you look at a map of the world, right now, Pakistanis already have potential preference, but that ends at the Pakistan-Iran border. What they have done is taken anybody who lives between the Pakistan-Iran border over to the Atlantic Ocean, over to Lake Morocco, and said you have the potential for preferences. My guess would be, it would mean that right now, if you come here and open a business and your ancestry is from these countries, you would therefore, for example, get preferences in government contracting. Okay? You may get preferences for the purpose of government hiring. You may get preferences for government bidding. But in any event, I think there should have been a lot of discussion in the news media before we added another huge block of people who, as a practical matter, were going to get preferences over the native born. Making this decision even more bizarre, I think the two rationales for affirmative action, neither of which I agree with, by the way, but the rationales were either because something bad had happened to people in this country maybe 100 years ago, or that this group, maybe statistically, was not doing as well when measured by economic metrics. Here, people from the Middle East and North Africa largely have not immigrated in this country until the last 30 or 40 years. So you couldn't say that there's been historical discrimination here. And not only that, at least with regard to people from Iran, they are doing much better than the native born. If people from Iran, who are doing a great job in this country, adding a lot to the United States, if they are making more money than the native born, why would the government go out of its way to say you're going to get preferences for government contracting? This is even more bizarre, like all preferences under these programs, and they don't care how wealthy you are, right? I can be here, I can inherit, if I'm, we'll say I'm from Morocco, and if I have inherited $10 million from my parents, I still would get points for or being help given a preference because of my ethnicity, despite the fact that I'm wildly wealthy. Doesn't really make any sense. And you self-identify, so you could have somebody who is 3/4 Irish and 1/4 Moroccan, and they would be able to identify as North African, and they would get preferences. But the biggest problem is that it continues the Biden policy of trying to create division in Americans. They want people to view themselves forever as not just an American, as we did when I was a child, but forever, I am a Hispanic American, I am an Asian American, I am picked on. And this is a way to, I believe, destroy America. I think that's why the Biden administration is going down the path. But I do think, coming back to the mainstream media, we should ask ourselves why I have a hard time finding anybody back in my district who is aware that we have recently given preferences to this whole new body of people, which is a significant policy change. And if we had a competent press corps in this country, it's something everybody be aware of and we would have had public discussion of. The final topic, which I don't think has been discussed enough, is the goal to have 2/3 of our vehicles be electric vehicles by 2032. I recently bought a car, a Ford Escape, and it occurs to me now that it's not impossible that this will be the final normal car I ever own. There are a lot of things that can be said about electric cars, but almost all of them are bad. My major concern, though there are others as well, is that they are more expensive. When I talk to my insurance agent, he tells me the cost of auto insurance with an electric car could easily be up more than 50%. There are other sources who don't say it'll be that high, but I think everybody would agree at least 20 or 30% increase in the cost of auto insurance. This at a time where, due to the excessive spending of the Biden administration, the cost of housing is through the roof, the cost of food is through the roof. Well, guess what? The cost of a car is about to go up. I'm told the cost of a new pickup could go up $20,000 as we switch to electric cars. The cost of insurance going up. And in addition to that, we have the problems that our infrastructure is not even remotely ready for electric vehicles. The problems you're going to have in which you're unable to drive as many miles. I happen to be from Wisconsin. The huge problems you're going to have into trying to get these things charged when it's 10 degrees below outside. But in any event, it's something for this body to pay attention to and to warn our constituents about, so they are aware that as they set aside money for a new car, and I think it is a smart thing to set aside money so you don't go into debt, you're going to have to set aside extra money if you plan on buying a new car more than 8 years from now. It is just one more cost that's going to make it more difficult for young Americans to join the middle class and prepare for the American dream. So in summary, I mentioned the 4 issues I wish the press would pay attention to. In the Wisconsin area, the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee coming out with a ridiculous press release, which they've tried to modify but nowhere near enough, in which they imply that Israel has to do something as far as ending the war in the Middle East, not apparently Hamas, the brutal people who killed over 1 million Israelis a little over half a year ago now. The second issue to look at is the one more time that we have a record number of people coming here for a month, record number of people coming across the board in April, at a time, by the way, when we're hitting in 4-year increments records of people being sworn in as immigrants legally. So it's not like nobody's coming in here, but I think the American public ought to be appalled at one more time April 2024, hitting an all-time record for people coming here in April. The third issue, almost entirely unreported in the mainstream media. The fact that we apparently are going to give preferences to people from Northern Africa, Libya, Algeria, whatever, over to the Middle East, Syria, Iran, as far as government contracting, probably government employment. Don't know if it's something we can undo if we get a different president, but it's certainly very divisive. With it comes a bureaucracy that will forever tell people from North Africa and the Middle East that you should identify not just as an American, but a Middle Eastern American or a North African American. And finally, I hope the press, as the clock winds down to 2032, warns Americans what they are going to have to expect as far as driving a new electric vehicle. So with that, I'll wrap up my speech and leave things to my good friend from Illinois.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my dear colleague. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order hour.
Without objection.
It is now my privilege to address you. In the play of Julius Caesar, Mark Antony proclaims, "What cause withholds you then to mourn for him?" And I rise tonight because this is our question today. By what measure and according to what standard might we allow this week to slip between our fingers and not remember what happened on a street in Minneapolis on May 25th? What in all creation would justify our forgetting? A collective unconsciousness. We are summoned into this chamber tonight because George Floyd should be alive today. He should be enjoying the matriculation of his daughter from one grade to the next. He should be living out his days under the protections afforded to every American citizen, such as the presumption of innocence, equal protection under the law, and all of the 8th Amendment rights against cruel and unusual punishment. But tragically, none of what ought to be is true in the case of Mr. George Floyd. George Floyd is not alive. George Floyd was not protected. And George Floyd was not a victim of just bigotry and neglect. He was killed by the very institution employed to ensure his safety. But this is what happens when people don't see you as being someone and something worthy of protection. This is what happens when you are viewed as a threat and blackness is seen as a problem and not as a gift to the world. Indeed, what happened to Mr. George Floyd over a $20 alleged bill. They said there was a $20 bill that was counterfeited that had the assistance of 5 officers dressed in uniform in broad daylight to suffocate him. No one ever knows of what will happen to the alleged $20 fraudulent bill. What happened to George Floyd is a predictable outcome when the country you live in would rather build prisons than reimagine schools, would rather blame poverty on the poor but never question the gluttony of the rich, and would rather ignore the persistent evil of racism as if the record of our inability to honor each other's humanity has not already resulted in tragedy and death. The beaches of American history are cluttered with the bleached bones of the innocent needlessly slaughtered on the battlefield of this nation's preoccupation with subjugation and hatred. I remind you that Mr. George Floyd died in the new millennium. This isn't something of a tragedy I'm talking about from a century ago. This was the new millennium. And George Floyd deserved to be alive today. What happened to Mr. George Floyd is the rhyme that makes history, makes whatever we fail to be honest about racism, militarism, and indeed a destructive system. But we have gathered here tonight to answer Mark Anthony's question. There is no cause, and there are no foreseeable circumstances that would compel us to forget what happened to Mr. George Floyd. George Floyd was murdered by a police officer who refused to see the humanity of the helpless, who refused to see the humanity of a handcuffed man, who refused to see a man gasping for his last breath with a knee wedged on his back while suffocating him and impoverished. And I say to you, anyone born of a woman should have been able to identify with the pleading of George Floyd not to lose his life. Mr. Floyd asked for his mother as he gasped his last breath. One does not need a graduate degree in ethics or morality or philosophy to have been moved by the elegy of George Floyd. And not only does this event say something about the totalitarian impulses of policing in America, but it also says something about the kind of nation we have allowed ourselves to become. We have also allowed certain political influences to compel us to see each other as enemies and not merely as adversaries. We have allowed resentment to determine how we respond to one another and not what is required of us if we are to survive. But this week also presents us with a golden opportunity that we cannot ignore. The painful anniversary of the murder of George Floyd presents us with a chance to not only recommit ourselves to the eradication of racism and police-sponsored violence in America, but it also reminds us that there is a piece of legislation pending in the Senate that needs to be passed right away. The George Floyd Policing Act deserves to be taken under consideration by every United States senator immediately. Because without reforming how black people are policed in this country renders the murder of George Floyd a tragedy, but nothing more. And I say to you today, why settle for a tragedy when we can make him and make a new beginning? We have it within our power to make sure that what happened on May 25th, 2020, just 4 years ago, never happens again. We have it within our reach to lift America from the fatigue of despair to the buoyancy of hope. Every member of the United States Senate has a moral obligation to reconsider and indeed pass George Floyd Policing Act and not hide behind the politics of our respective parties. Because the question before us is a simple one. Do you want our beloved and our great country to be a place that is safe and fit for your children to forge a future without fear and the prospect of indiscriminate hate and violence? If the answer is yes, then let us work towards getting together to ensure that we will never again be driven into this chamber to remember the death of innocents. If the answer is yes, then let us choose a more excellent way. And if the answer is yes, then let us not be weary in well-doing. For in due season we will reap what we have sown if we have not faint not. Mr. Speaker, it is so important that today we remember those of Central Park, the innocent young men that were tortured into a false confession. 35 years ago, they received no mercy. 35 years later, they received no recognition by a former president. Those young men had their lives turned upside down while they were accused of a hateful vengeance attack and rape indeed by a person who has been convicted of such. And yet, this man asked for these men to be taken to the death penalty, and these were teenagers that had been found innocent. Mr. Speaker, it is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Rashida Tlaib from the great state of Michigan.
Thank you so much to my wonderful colleague from Illinois who continues to speak truth to power, especially around police violence. Mr. Speaker, George Floyd's life mattered. We all know and keep chanting Black Lives Matter. Well, we have to show it in action. Today I'm thinking of George Floyd's daughter, Gianna, who will grow up without him. I can still hear George Floyd crying out for his mama, yelling, "I can't breathe," more than 20 times while he was murdered by police, pleading for his life
for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. His murder and the countless others in the hands of police sparked outrage, mobilization, and movements for change. I saw from my own eyes right here on this House floor, watching Republicans and Democrats come together in passing the George Floyd Justice and Policing while it went to the Senate to die. His murder and the countless others in the hands of police require us all to understand the truth about what's going on in our neighborhoods and our communities. We demand that this body take immediate action to dismantle systemic racism in our country and systems designed to oppress Black and brown lives in every corner of our country. It's not enough, Mr. Speaker, to honor George Floyd's life with words. We must honor his life with action. 4 years later, George Floyd's Justice and Policing Act has still not been signed into law. Last year was the deadliest year of police violence on record. That should shock us all. Just this month, Mr. Speaker, Roger Fortson, a Black senior airman, was shot in Florida, at his home in Florida, 6 times by police and killed. This is his family. Just watching his mother kneel down in his open casket, that should be enough for us to act. How many more mothers have to experience the loss of their child? When will Congress finally act? We must ensure true accountability, justice, and reparations for the generations of harm policing in our nation has inflicted on our Black neighbors. This is the justice George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Roger Fortson, and so many others who have lost their lives to police violence. That's the least they deserve. This is just justice for our communities, and they deserve to be fully seen, heard, and protected. I will continue, along with my good colleague from Illinois, to continue to push for the passage of George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. I know in Detroit, where I grew up, the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, for all those that continue to demand justice in our communities, know this: the President of the United States didn't wake up one day and say the Civil Rights Act was a good thing. People marched, they did sit-ins, they did boycotts, until they moved this institution in the White House. So we'll continue to march, we'll continue to demand that Black lives matter in our country. And again, with my good colleague, we'll continue to demand that George Floyd Justice and Policing Act passes this chamber, through the Senate, and to the President's desk. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back to my good colleague from Illinois.
Thank you. I thank the Honorable Congresswoman from the great state of Michigan, the Honorable Rashida Tlaib, for your outspokenness. Mr. Speaker, you have heard from my distinguished colleagues today about policing in our communities and about the loss of innocence, all issues of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, our constituents, Congress, and all Americans tonight. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
A motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.